Can you believe it's a year already since I decided to kind of, what are we doing with the channel? And, I'm going to talk about the history of the Outcasts Creative and how this channel came to be in a couple of minutes, in fact. So that's what we're going to start with. But before we do that, I've got a fantastic guest, the first of a few tonight, who's immediately going to bring some glamour to the proceedings and mean that some of you don't have to turn off because you don't just have to look at my ugly mug for ages. Instead, you can gaze in awe at Retro. No, girl in the house. Thanks.
That's nice of you to say those things.
Well, I hear endless compliments about you on the internet all the time, so I thought I'd better get in on the action.
That's sweet.
Well, look, thanks very much. I wasn't expecting you to pop on until a bit later, so it's really nice that you're here to join me to kick things off. Got 7 people all watching already, which is lovely.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say really quickly, congratulations on your first year on YouTube. This is wonderful. You're doing a great job. And it is it's not easy. It's not the easiest thing to do, to be on YouTube, and you're doing it well. So congrats for everything.
Thanks very much. I mean, it's the first year's anniversary of sort of the direction I took the channel to take it what it has become. The channel started earlier than that, and it was sort of slightly different when it started off. But we'll get into that because we're going to do the history about the Outcast Creative and the channel in general. Just going to say hello to the people in the chat. We've got a few of the regulars here. David Macy, he's always on, and congratulations from him. Thank you very much. Brogu already saying, "Hey, you got some nerd girl. We like Brogu." I'm assuming. I'm assuming. Brogu, you left your car at my house. Here it is. So when you need that back, just let me know. I've got a few cool things I've got lined up. By the way, I'm 8 subscribers away from 2,000.
Wow, that's amazing.
I've got it here. So every time we get a sub tonight, I'm going to change my hat. I have also stated that every time I have a guest pop in, because loads of people have got this link, I'm also going to change my hat. So I've got to change my hat because Retro's the first girl. So so the Game of Thrones season 6 is coming off, and my favorite brand of hats, Rebellion, very good quality from Drunk 3PO's channel, is coming on. Okay, so that's hat number 1. David Macy, Razor Glass, yeah, way ahead of you, mate, and it's empty. And I was a bit ill yesterday, so I only allowed myself a tiny glass of alcohol with my meal. Today I was going to have like a bottle of champagne and it was all going to get a bit cheerful, but I'm not indulging, so it's going to be a bit of a sober anniversary, but I'm sure just as much fun. So thanks very much. And Brogu was actually the first person to say congratulate me. Oh my god. But Retro, look who we've got in the house. This is going to be very exciting for you.
Who's there?
It's actor Jason Flemyng.
Hello, Jason.
Hiya, how are you?
Good.
Where are you? You look like you're in a helicopter.
I'm in space.
Oh my goodness.
The space station. Retro is a huge fan of older movies, Jason, and I believe she has seen both of the Dalek movies, haven't you, Retro? The old Dalek movies with Peter Cushing in the color.
Oh no, I just learned about them last night. Sorry, I did not know.
Well, they were both directed by Jason's dad.
Oh,
wow. Let me show you the posters. I've got a French poster here for you. Hold on.
Oh, cool.
Let me show you.
Jace, this is amazing that you've come on so early, mate. I thought you were going to be coming on a bit later. We've already got Jason Flemyng in the house.
That is the French poster.
Oh my!
I've not seen that one before, mate.
Nice, huh?
Yeah, because you've got the UK ones, I know, on the staircase. That's great.
I kind of collect them. So, yeah. And listen, you're not really in space. Where are you?
It's an Edward B. Curtin backdrop.
How are you doing, Lance?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. I was a bit poorly yesterday.
I know you said that's rotten. That's typical.
Yeah, I was actually stuck in bed pretty much all day. I mean, I was just about to say the whole reason that the Outcasts started, which is also Jason's kind of got a connection now, and that was because of our dearly departed friend Graham Fletcher Cook.
Oh,
and so for those people who don't know, Jason was in Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels with Dexter Fletcher, who is Graham's brother, one of his brothers, because I just got off the phone from Steve Fletcher about 20 minutes ago. He says, say hi. And Graham used to run an improvisational acting class called Timber, which started in the early 90s, of which Dickon and I were both students at first, and then later we became teachers at that class under Graham. And when Graham passed away, that was when we decided to resurrect the class, but instead of Timber, it became the Outcasts Creative.
nice.
So we have an award we give out every year in Graham's name, and we're actually giving that out in 2 weeks, because that's going to be the last class for a while at the end of this term, because we've got commitments on Mondays next year. So, or rather towards the end of this year. So Graham is the person who kind of started that all, and Jace is pretty tight with Dex. They're best of mates.
We are.
So what have you been up to, Jason? And remind Retro some of the 672 films that you've been in.
Oh, I can't be bothered to do that. But you'll find it all online. But we're just, it's Ellie's birthday, so we went out for lunch, and then Ellie's my wife, Retro. We went out for lunch, and then we have been climbing, because the twins, I've got twin boys and they love to climb. So we've been climbing, and now we just came back, and I'm trying to find something for them to watch tonight. We're going to watch as a family, and I've decided on Man on Wire.
Oh, that's a good documentary.
I think they'll like that. I think they'll like that.
That's not the documentary. That's the drama film about the documentary, but with actors.
It's both. It's the documentary, but they recreated bits. Remember, it won the Oscar.
Yeah, but they also made a movie starring oh god, I forget the actor's name.
Oh, what you mean? Literally a movie? No.
Yeah,
this is the documentary with bits of the story remade. What do you call that? Lance, when they, it's a documentary, but they film bits with actors.
Yeah, it's like a sort of docudrama. They've done recreations.
Yeah. So that'd be cool. Unless you can think of something else, Lance. I can't think of anything else that the kids and the wife would love.
Well, let me rack my brain for a minute. David Macy says, hello, Mr. Flemyng. I still tell people about the exercise video that you had us in stitches with on the set of The Black Prince. I bet you can't even remember.
I can't even remember. That's funny.
So, and he also says hello to you, Retro, as well.
Yeah,
it's great. Yeah, well,
Retro, I love your background. That's wicked. It literally looks amazing. Is that basically a green screen? Yeah.
Well, I can't share. Between you and I, where wink, wink. It's old Hollywood technique of using a backdrop.
Where are you? Where is that space shuttle? Is it in America or is it in Europe?
Oh, it's in America. It's hovering over North Dakota right now.
Nice.
So I'm just going to quickly remind a couple of people some of the stuff that Jason's been in. This is, of course, he played the dastardly enemy in Pennyworth recently.
Oh my God, Lance, what are you doing?
Wow.
Oh, well, mate, it's just, you're an actor of some considerable talent. So here you are in Tessa de D'Urbervilles in 1998, which I think is about a year and a half before we met.
Probably a year and a half before Nerd was born.
Yeah, that's known as pre-Nilsson Anno Domini in Jason Flemyng's house. And this is you in Jamestown in 2017. You were the best thing in that show. For
2017? It can't be that long ago, Lance. It can't be.
Sure. Yeah, 2017. I know. Time flies, mate.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And then
there's the Black Prince.
That's the Black Prince. David, if you're in any of these, let us know. That's
Satinder Sartaaj, who was the actor who played the Black Prince. And I didn't know he was some massive music. He was like, you must come and see me in the gig. And I said, okay, bruv. and it was Wembley. Wembley. No, it wasn't. It was the Albert Hall when it's sold out in 45 seconds. It's huge. It's quite sweet. My God, what's that? I've no idea what that is.
That was The Missing.
That's awful. That was
Eliza Graves. I've not seen that actually.
It's the best cast in the world with the worst film. Oh my God, Lance.
The Missing is fun because if you watch it, you'll see Jason suddenly gets a suntan halfway through the show, and that's because he buggered off to the weekend for Greece to help us shoot the rest of the movie.
True that.
It is true, yeah. The Musketeers. That was a good episode, and you played a great villain.
Christ.
So what's oh yes, the scene where you sing.
I give it a year. That's Sunshine on Leith. There's so many, guys. You don't waste your time, Lance. There's 150 of them to get through.
I was just trying to see if I could. Oh, that film was a sort of miss, sadly. But your makeup in Solomon Kane was absolutely amazing. Costume and makeup.
Who's arrived? Someone's just arrived.
I've got a guest who's coming on at 8 o'clock. There's Theresa's one of the Outcasts. That's you in Ironclad. Which we've discussed at some length previously, and there you are in Snatch
with Big Brad,
sitting next to Brad Pitt, none other than. So,
oh wow,
I definitely got that position, that's for sure.
What have you got coming out, Jason, in the near future?
Well, Boiling Point's on Netflix, and
so your character's returning in the TV show of that?
No, it's not. It's not. The script wasn't right, so we kind of decided against it, but maybe next season if it happens. But that I've got a Rennie Harlan film which I don't think will see the light of day, and I've just done a film in New Zealand which I loved, which was great. So bits and bobs, nothing really exciting.
Retro, you might have recognised Jason probably not recognised him as Ezekiel in X-Men First Class.
My God.
And then also,
wow, great makeup.
I remember being on the phone to you one time. You called me and you said, "You won't believe it, but I'm having a massive ear attached to my head." And that was when you were doing League of Extraordinary Gentlemen with Sean Connery. Do you remember?
Oh wow!
And you had like a 4 or 5 hour makeup. Cool.
That was actually the LXG. LXG was actually 8 hours makeup for the Hyde costume. So I go to makeup, I go to work, so we go for dinner, and then I'd leave dinner and go to makeup, and I was in makeup from 2 till 10, so it was 8 hours, 2 a.m. till 10.
Melvin Deeply is saying, what happened to Rennie Harlan? He was everywhere, then he was invisible. Who did he upset?
I know.
Not sure Jason can comment on that.
Well, he made that film, didn't he? He fell in love. Rennie Harlan fell in love on the set of Lance, you might have to help me out here. Cutthroat Island,
right?
Which cost 165 million and took 26 million. So someone lost $100 million, and that is where Rennie Harlan went. He went to film. He's actually from Sweden, so he went back to Sweden. He couldn't get arrested in Hollywood after that, and he went and worked in Sweden. And was, quite a big deal there. And he's now come back and he's making movies. I just made one with him. Just during COVID, we went to Sofia because luckily they didn't have COVID in Sofia. People just died randomly and no one could really explain it. So we made a film in Sofia, and now he's actually in New Zealand because I follow him on Instagram, and he's actually in New Zealand making a film. And I've just texted him saying, "Don't make a film in New Zealand without me. It's my spiritual home."
No, that's nuts. You had a great time filming in New Zealand. Well, we've got another surprise guest in the house. I have another guest waiting to come on at 8. But before that, this may bring things full circle for us in a way, because the first industry interview we did on the channel was a year ago this month, more give or take a couple of weeks, and that was with you. And I reached out to somebody I've been chatting with from pretty much the early days of the beginnings of their channel and said, look, would you come on? Because I've got a cool guest. Fortunately, he said yes. And we've been drunk down the pub many times since, which has been awesome. The Critical Drinker is in the house. The man with nearly 2 million subscribers.
Hi.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, mate. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, good to speak to you again, Jace.
Nice to see you, mate. Well done for coming on.
No, it's a pleasure, man. Honestly, whenever I can help out, I'm always happy to.
It's got to be said, Jason, that in the YouTube world,
Mate,
Will is the person who's cut from the same cloth as you.
I was pissed. I'm pissed off. I was the most famous person in the room until you came in.
I think you've still got one over on me. You're all right.
But Will goes out of his way to help out other YouTubers. I've never seen anybody do it to the extent that he does, in the same way that you go out of your way to help out independent filmmakers and whatnot. I swear that, and I mean, your father was Scottish, so it's not impossible that you could be related.
Well, if my family tree's anything to go by, anything's possible, you know.
Mate, I'm afraid to say mine too.
Yeah.
Although my mum famous, who's passed away now, she famously said, "Your father and me made love twice. One was you and one was your brother."
Did you get a look at the milkman at all? Or
yeah. I wanted to say, Lance, as well, like, big congratulations, man, on False Accounts doing so well. I'm really sorry I wasn't able to come down and see it. I know you'd invited me, and just scheduling was a pain in the arse, and I couldn't make it.
Yeah. Well, Jason came and represented for you.
I did. I loved it. It was amazing. Lance was great. I mean, it's funny, actually. I feel funny calling you nerd, but I suppose that's what you're called, so I should just keep saying it.
Yeah.
But it's really funny because Lance is actually a really good actor. And it's funny to see him doing that, because it's not his usual place that I see him, but he's really good, and it was great. It's always good to watch you, Lance.
Bless you. I mean, that's what I started out doing, and then kind of shifted gears and went into writing and directing. But I love doing acting, but no one perceives me as an actor anymore. And I kind of figure that I'm missing too many teeth from my headshot to get any decent work. So, but I'm hoping that a drinker will give me a blink and you'll miss it, a villain who goes and gets shot in his new film.
We'll get you a henchman job.
Man.
Lance, what's that again? And I remember, because when I made my film, I put it in, and I can't remember what it's called. But there's a famous scream that's like a, do you know what I'm talking about, nerd?
The Wilhelm.
Yeah, the Wilhelm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Have you used it in any of your films?
Is that a specific sound effect or something?
Oh no, Lance, you've got this. You're going to love this. It's called the Wilhelm Scream, and it's Spielberg's, isn't it?
I'm not sure where it came up originally, but it's been in so many movies. It literally just sounds like
Yeah,
no,
that's all
it's a really quick one.
It's in every Spielberg movie, at least. If he didn't, no, it's not him. It's from the 20s or something, but it's a Foley scream as someone dies, and it's in every movie. Lance, I can't believe you don't know about this. You're going to love it.
I feel like woefully inadequate.
Yeah, just look it up. It's really, it's hilarious.
Yeah, you'll recognize it the moment you hear it.
He goes like this.
Yeah.
You have to pay when you put it in your film. It's like 220 quid.
Right.
But it puts your film in line with every great director has used it since Hitchcock.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in a similar vein. But
you can get that up. Put the Wilhelm Scream up and let's all listen to it, Lance.
I'll see if I can.
It's called Wilhelm. It's German, isn't it? It's like W.
Yeah. There's another one called the Howie Scream that I've used in quite a few of my videos, and it's great as well.
Have you got Will? Have you got that to hand?
What, the Howie Scream or the Wilhelm one?
Yeah, no, either.
All right, hold on. I'll find them for you. I'll put the link in the chat.
Yeah, please do.
Don't do the Howie. Do the Wilhelm.
All right, I'll bring it up.
It should just come up on YouTube or whatever.
While we're attempting to find that scream, I'll just show you guys. This is one of the photos of one of the very first Outcast acting classes when we started back in the summer of 2019. This is when we were based in King's Cross.
Have you colour played with that, by the way?
No, I've done nothing to it, so that's why it looks a bit shit.
No, it doesn't look shit. It's nice with that orange hat and his orange shirt.
Yeah, I know, that's kind of funny. That's Michael Littman, who did a great role for us in the Kent State online drama, and I think that's Dickon actually on the left, who co-founded the Outcasts with me, with his shaggy hair at that time. It's quite short now, but that's one of the very first.
He was looking good, Dickon. He looks well.
Which is surprising because doing the show was so stressful on us both, and it actually impacted my health a little bit as well. So that was not easy.
Don't tell me you actually made a show or a film and it impacted on your health. That's half the point. It always nearly kills you. That's what happens.
More importantly, this is a picture of us all down the pub after the class, which is, of course, as we know, Drinker, the more crucial element of any acting class is when you go to the pub.
I mean, I'm not an actor, but going to the pub is a crucial part of every day for me. So yeah, I can definitely identify. And
that's Toby on the left, Andrew in the middle. I think that's Debbie Krieger next to Dickon, who, of course, has got an Arsenal shirt on. Oriana on the left, and so that's going back a ways. Again, 2019. This is all pre-pandemic. And then the first time we did a script read, literally in the first few weeks of lockdown, this was my script, 6 Days to Sunday, which is the kind of low budget. It's the Long Good Friday meets Widows. So, and that's what started giving us the idea to read scripts, first of all, in private online. And it was great for me because I got to hear my scripts that hadn't yet been made or published in any way. I got to hear what they sounded like. So these are the actors that were in the very first online read through. And in fact, Theresa Cole, who's in that shot, is waiting to come on in a little bit. We've got Suzette Pluck in there, Bella. There's Jake Francis, Jason, who you've met a couple of times. And loads of other people in there.
We did that one. I did that one with you, Lance, about the shooting in America.
That was you took part in that. That was 13 Seconds in Kent State.
Yeah, that was great.
Which I've got the poster for. It's just behind the Lego Death Star there.
Wilhelm Scream. Wilhelm Scream.
I put it in the chat there. So Lance, you should be able to just click on it and bring it up there.
All right.
Let's hear it.
Is that in the private chat or is that in the?
Private chat.
Let's have a look.
You can bring it up, and then I think you just present it to the rest of us, and we'll hear it.
God, it's on repeat now. Yeah.
It keeps going.
And you know what? Now
I can't hear it.
Hang on, I'm going to share it. Now I'm hearing it. I'm like, yeah, I've heard that in many a film. I'm just
it's so common.
No, I love that you knew it. That's so cool.
Did people hear that?
Will it go? No, not yet.
That's weird. Is it not sharing the sound as well then?
No,
it's just sharing your screen, but not the sound.
Yeah, not the sound.
Oh, that's weird. I don't know how to do that.
I'll see if I can do it.
Drinker, you're the technical expert in this.
Or Lance, record it on your phone and then replay it.
I could do that.
You know what? It's not that bad. I just got excited that Nerd knew what it was. And also, there's something to do with film that Lance doesn't know. I'm so excited about that.
I think there's 50 million things to do with film.
Tonight, when you've got off this, Lance, you've got to go and research it, Lance. It's going to blow your mind.
Yeah.
I was going to just ask you a question, Jace, actually, since you were on, because I did a review not that long ago for Boiling Point, and really blown away by that film. Like, you and Stephen were just awesome in it. But it just, from a technical point of view, shooting that, like, it seems to have all been done in just one take, just continuous.
Promise.
It was
the only one.
Yeah, no cheat.
It's the only one where there was no cheating. Economically, it's such a smart idea. I mean, obviously, it's got to be the right project, but because you rehearse for 10 days or whatever, maybe a wee bit more. I did 5 days, but they kind of rehearsed all that background, all of the sort of smaller characters for 10 days or 2 weeks. And, you just rehearse it in a room that's taped out. And of course, actors will do that for nothing, you know what I mean? Or for little. And then your expensive days, which are the days you've got the full crew, we only shot for 2 days. We did two. We actually only did three. Yeah, we did 4 takes, 2 on one day and 2 on the next day, and then they closed us down. We were going to do a third. We're going to do 6. But
it's because COVID, wasn't it?
Yeah, it got shut down.
But I mean, I imagine a fair bit of it was ad-libbed, or you knew roughly what you were going to do in each scene, but you might have to like play around.
Well,
with it
by the time we got to shooting it wasn't. I mean, because we did 5 days. We did 2. We sort of rehearsed the individual scenes and worked technically out how we were going to get how the camera was going to get from A to B, and where we were going to change batteries and where the microphones were going to be, because there were 92 radio mics in the show, so it was quite technically complicated. But then once we'd rehearsed, so you'd go off and you'd rehearse scenes on your own, and then you'd work the scenes, and then show them to the director and stuff. But by the time we got to the 2 days of shooting, it was pretty much, I mean, yes, obviously we made it all up, but like a Mike Leigh film, you make it all up, but by the time you shoot it, it's scripted. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just always imagine,
as we got more confident, as the fear began to leave you, because mate, trust me, after doing 150 movies in a classical way, then suddenly to do it like a play, where you're like, oh my God, I don't come in until 40 minutes. If I mess this up, it messes everyone up before me. I
was just thinking that, like, what if someone screws up like near the finale of the movie, and it's shit, we got to start again after all that. God
when you watch it again, there's a moment when the black kitchen porter, whose name I can't remember, he's lovely, but he goes out to get the Stephen Graham's coke off the coke dealer who's in the car, that's his girlfriend. Right. And he has to light a cigarette, and then the light lights his face up, and then he smokes the cigarette, goes to the car, picks the drugs up, and walks back, and then he flicks the cigarette into a wheelie bin. And it was quite a visual, a nice thing. But he went when you're not on, and you've got 10 minutes before you're back on, you race behind this big black screen where all the monitors are. There's like 6 monitors, and then when you're coming, so you're watching it, and then he went to light the cigarette, it didn't light, and he flicked it with the Zippo, and he flicked it once, it didn't light. He flicked it twice, it didn't light, and we're all going, and then he flicked it the 3rd time, and it lit. And I was like, no, don't worry about the cigarette, it's not important, just do the scene. But he did it 3 times, and on the 3rd one it lit, so that was really cool. But that, and then there was another bit where they were plating up the food, and obviously Stevie and can't remember the name of the actress, but they'd worked really hard on plating food to make it look real. And the asparagus kept falling off, the salmon, it kept falling off. And so the camera just panned up to their faces and left a messy plate. But that was it. Apart from that, it was perfect. Take 3.
Amazing the work must have gone into that.
I think
very impressive.
They did one CGI change with the clock in the kitchen, like it was on. Someone forgot to check, and it was on the wrong time.
Okay. I didn't know that, Lance.
I mean, it's not very often watching a film like I'm just totally gripped from start to finish, and that's one of the few times I have been.
It's very good, isn't it? It's a good watch. They're just doing the TV show we were just talking about before you came on. They've done a TV show which I'm not actually part of, but I feel really bad for them, because it was an exciting project and it worked really well. But then, just as they commissioned it and started getting it together and filming it, they brought that show out, which I haven't actually watched.
The Bear. Yeah, I actually text Hester the day I saw it and said, Hester's one of the producers on Boiling Point, and said, have you seen this? And she said, yeah, do you think they watched our movie? And I went, yeah, I think they did. And it is, I mean, I don't know though, that for me, the tension between you and Stephen and the backdrop for your characters, that was really the key part of the show. And I'm not just saying that because you're my mate. I really liked that setup, and I thought that was going to carry on into the series in some way. Maybe you'd come in the first.
I think it was meant to, but it just wasn't good, and the scripts weren't quite good enough. And I think, listen, it's hard, it's hard to turn a movie into a TV show unless it's called Star Wars. But
even then, it's pretty hard.
No, what's your favorite film in the last 12 months?
Is that me or Lance?
All of it. I think my favorite, it happens to be Extraction 2. It sounds really wild.
That was good fun.
I had so much fun with that one.
Oh, should I watch that tonight then with the kids?
Maybe not with the kids.
Oh, really? Is it super violent?
Yes.
It's got its moments, yeah.
Yeah, very, very violent, I would say.
But isn't he getting a kid? Isn't he doing the Statham thing and rescuing a kid in yet another film?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got some pretty, you know, it's mostly action, but there's a bit of gore to it as well, like some pretty gory moments, especially
Very
the fight
brutal.
scenes. But
Yeah.
good fun. Good fun
I must
film.
say, I love that first one. It's directed by a stuntman, isn't it? So he had all his boys on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they did a really good job. I think stuntmen directing action is a really interesting thing. I mean,
Genius idea.
yeah, I
You've
mean,
got a good script writer, then that's your director, really.
the thing is, it's like they need to, like I've worked with a couple of directors who do, where there's like the Hughes brothers who did From Hell, and it works if one of them can do drama and one can do action, or one's really, really technical and the other one's good with actors. Because the thing with Extraction, I'm sure it's the same with the second one, you don't really give a monkeys about anyone. And it'd be amazing to have a film like that where you really cared. So, like you used to do with Bruce Willis, like you always used to go, you're emotionally invested in him. Even though it's an action film, you emotionally care about Big Bruce. Yippee-yi-yay.
Lance, I added the Wilhelm Scream to the list.
Yeah,
there,
I was going to ask that. Let's see.
you can try it. Hopefully it'll work. I don't know.
Perfect.
Yay!
There's I don't know how to get rid of it now. Oh, hang on.
No, you wait till you find out what that's in.
There's an explosion that they used in all the Bond movies in the 70s, and it's the same. It's the equivalent of that, but it's the big explosion sound effect.
Yeah.
And it's particularly noticeable in the film The Spy Who Loved Me, where they use it about 3 times when the tank is exploding towards the end.
Yeah.
And it's, you can hear it, and as soon as you hear it and you know to look out for it, you're like, yeah, I've heard that in about.
I've got to look out for that next time I watch that.
That's fun, right? I love all that stuff. I love all that stuff, especially when the greats have used it. Like Hitchcock and Spielberg, and and it just goes from that Wilhelm Scream. I think it's from the 20s. It gets passed from one great to another. It's pretty cool.
Talking of other budding YouTubers, I've got the president of the Avatar fan club here, Copa Catania. I've also got one of the Outcasts Creative here, Theresa Cole.
Hiya.
Hi, Theresa.
Did many of our shows online, and as a budding actress is about to come up to your end of the woods, Will, with her one-woman show in the Scotland Edinburgh Fringe.
Oh, nice.
Will was just telling me how much he loves one-woman shows.
Lots of women.
He'll be there on the front seat.
Why not 2 or 3 at the same time? I don't mind.
You're welcome. I'll put a comp on the door for you.
Hey, nice one. What's the show called, actually?
It's called Women Reincarnated.
Women Reincarnated.
So lots of different quirky female characters.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Theresa is one of our most versatile actresses. Here is her Facebook page, so you can all hunt her down. These are the deets of the show, so it's all on there. 3rd of August to the 13th of August. We do like plugging fellow creatives on here.
Very kind of you, Lance.
And no, not at all. Cool. So that's it's all about karma, giving back. And several of the people on here, in fact, all of them, I would say, know exactly what I'm talking about.
Isn't that show which is the captivating journey, hearing different women's realities?
Yeah.
I read about that.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Looks great.
So Theresa's in rehearsal for that. How long is the actual show? Is it about 40 minutes?
Yeah, about 40. So I started off my career as a female impressionist, but did a 5-minute act years ago at Butlins. But this is the longest time I've been on stage ever.
I just remembered when I asked Theresa a question, I have to get my timer out.
Oh, okay.
Limits her time. No, but seriously, just quickly though, how much rehearsal time have you had, and how long did it take you to get off book for a 40-page monologue?
I had a friend called Gemma who I was in a sketch show with years ago who rewrote 2 of them. So I've only, in the last 2 weeks, I've just been learning 2 long monologues. But I started at the end of May and started writing at the beginning of April. So, and I was still rewriting things pretty recently, actually. But you know me, I need to get my lines off book.
Yeah. I know you like to be off book.
I do. Yeah.
At least you can't. At least you can't fall out with anyone in the cast.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Actually, I have been for the runs. I've just been actually improvising because that's how I met Lance Dickon. I've known for about 20 years, I think, at Anna Shares.
This is Theresa in False Accounts last year.
Oh, yeah.
That's her being interrogated by me and Kenny O'Connor.
Lance, you were bullying me. I actually felt that really intimidated in that scene.
We took that scene up 10 notches in
I really felt I was in the zone. You know, I felt like you're both very good and made me feel very intimidating role.
Yeah, we decided not to play any comedy in that scene at all, we cut a lot of the funny lines out, and it just became a straight interrogation scene. It was in the show this year. It was way darker. We still may bring that show up to Scotland. Will, it could happen.
Well, hopefully.
Billy's been running around trying to get me a sponsor for it. So if it happens, man, then obviously you'll be hosting the Q&A. Naturally. Yeah, so, has anybody got to go? Because I know some people have been on half hour with me already.
Lancey, I'm going to run because I've got to put the kids in, watch this film before so that they can get to bed before 10.
I think somebody said something in the chat for you, Jace, that I missed. Let me just put that up quickly.
I want to just say, Jason, I saw Thelma and Louisa on Saturday night, just this Saturday, and I hadn't seen that for years. Brilliant film.
It is.
Wonderful.
Weirdly, that guy who's the sort of sex symbol in it was actually not me. It was Brad Pitt. But we're always confused. We're always confused.
Oh yeah, definitely. I can see the likeness.
I hate when that happens.
Guys, Lancey, take it easy. Lovely to meet you all.
Nice to meet
you.
Good to see you again, Jace. Thanks, man.
Jace, thanks so much, mate. See you soon. Take care, buddy.
I'll probably need to go as well, Lance. Unfortunately, I was just a little bit of a flying visit this evening.
No, I know. You've got 2 million subscribers and 30 videos to edit.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
But listen, man, Drinker, it's been great having you on. I really do appreciate you've been there from day one for me on this channel, and I don't think this channel would be what it is without your support, and that goes for everybody, Retro and Copa as well, of course, and there are others that are not here. Maybe they'll be popping in later, but it did all start with you, and if you hadn't have said yes to coming on, I probably would have got a bit disillusioned, and maybe I wouldn't have taken it the direction it went, because I said I would talk about the history of the channel, and we didn't really get very far because everybody came on early, but it really was originally, it was just to do these live streams of these performances for the Outcasts. And of course, once lockdown had finished, that kind of became a bit redundant. We were just about to do the Gina Carano story when lockdown lifted, and we may still well do that story. But so then I was, well, what am I going to do with it? And then I thought, well, doing industry interviews and trying to guide people through this industry, because it's quite a difficult place with a lot of sharks, would be the best use of the channel. And Ewan Mauler came on. Please extend my thanks to him as well. And like I said, without your ongoing support, it wouldn't be what it is. So I consider you not only a supporter of the channel, but a friend as well. And I really appreciate it.
No, thanks, man. It's a pleasure to do it. Keep doing what you're doing. It's great to see your channel doing so well, and I'm sure you're gonna keep climbing, and you're gonna keep getting more subscribers. So well done to you, man.
I'm 8 subs away from 2,000, and I'm determined to get 2,000 subs tonight. So
come on, let's do it.
Yeah, give us a shout out to your small following, Drinker, if you would.
I will see what I can do. Yeah,
maybe we'll get there. Every time I get a new sub tonight, I'm going to change my hat. Oh, I should have changed them 5 times now, because I said I'd do it every time a new guest came in. I forgot about that. So, all right, well, we'll let you go. Thanks ever so much, mate.
All right, thanks, man. Nice to meet you all.
Yeah,
Take care.
You.
And as one exits, another one enters. We've also
wow.
got TNTV.
He's got his party hat on.
I know, right? Well,
Nice.
It seems like the day for it.
Oh, thanks
Cool.
very much, mate, for coming in. I don't want to skirt over Theresa's play too quickly. So just Theresa, I did say before, you're on from the 3rd to the 13th of
right.
August. What kind of night out can people expect when they see this show?
It's real life stories. There are some funny bits. I've showed it. I haven't come to London yet, but there's 4 or 5 people I've shown it to locally, and they all liked. They thought some bits were very funny, and there were some poignant bits as well. They said.
So I guess you're testing it at the Edinburgh Fringe, effectively.
I am. I've got a preview here in Sandgate. There is an Outcast who's offered her living room in London.
That's very Outcast, yes.
To preview it. And somebody local has got his neighbours in his living room. He's got a big living room. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it gets received.
Yeah.
Is this your first time doing a show just by yourself, like monologuing?
Yeah. I mean, years ago I did stand-up impressions in the 80s and early 90s, and then I trained as an actor. But so it is years ago.
Yeah. So as an actor, how much different is it when the entire show sits on your shoulders and nobody else's? Like, can you explain that?
Pretty nerve-wracking. I keep thinking to myself, why did I do this?
Yeah, I do that every day.
I know, right? You know, as soon as you commit to a show, because I also produce a few things, and like Lance, I'm a bit quite proactive. Been in the industry for 30 years, and I just don't like sitting around. I like being busy. But then when I start something, I think, oh God, why did I start this? It's going to be so much work.
Right. So how long does it take for you to, are you producing and directing this as well? Or
I am. But
okay,
I've got a big shout out to Hazel Quinn, Astrid Schultz, obviously Lance, Gemma Rigg, Michelle Sheldon, Aubrey Welsh, who've all helped me. Well, 3 of them have helped with the monologue, and Hazel's helped me with the publicity.
I love the way you prepared a list, like we're at the Oscars. I mean,
I knew I'd go blank. I knew I'd go blank, and I need to acknowledge those lovely people. You know.
Yeah.
So, how long did it take you to prep before opening?
I actually just decided in April, just to put myself in, and then I thought, oh, I better not swear on this, but oh my God, I've got to actually come up with some and start writing. So I wrote the first 2 quite quickly based on one of my jobbing things outside acting, and which is teaching, and my husband's career. So we did quite well then. And then I decided to use a monologue I'd done before and rewrote that. And I've actually nailed that a bit more. So the last couple of months, really.
I've got another guest
with longer. Yeah,
I've got another guest I'm going to bring in that is connected to the last production that Theresa and I worked on together, which is False Accounts, which is about the Horizon post office
very
scandal.
Good play.
Copa and Retro will sort of not really be able to grasp quite how severe this thing was. Before I bring this guest in, they've been on the channel before, and they were directly impacted by the scandal. I thought I had a little intro video, but I might have taken it down because, of course, the play's over now. Maybe I did. We'll leave that. But I mean, in summary, for those people who are not in the know, what happened was in every post office in the UK in 1999, they all went computerized, and the computerized system was called Horizon. It was designed by Fujitsu, which is a Japanese company, but of course they have a subsidiary based in the UK. And it wasn't really ready. It was launched before it was ready. It hadn't been properly tested. It was full of bugs. In fact, they changed the operating system. I forget the line in the play, but isn't it like something like 75,892 times after its launch or something like that? So, you know, and then what was happening was it was doubling transactions. This is just one of the glitches that occurred. And postmasters would get to the end of their day, and instead of having £10,000 in their account, they would have, you know, it would say that they should have 20,000. So that was that started making it look like owners of post offices were stealing money from all over the UK. So I have found this trailer thing. So this is a summary of kind of what happened, and then I'll bring my guest on. There you go. So that's sort of a bit of a lead-in overview as to what happened with the Horizon post office scandal. One of the people affected by that is former sub-postmaster Mark Kelly and Gizmo, I believe, if I remember the name of the dog. But do we know if your sound... Oh, your sound is working. Good. Okay, good. Fantastic. So it's one of the things that's, you know, interesting about my job is, okay, so if I go and direct a movie and it's Scream 3, it's sort of in terms of kind of tangible emotional impact. People get scared when they go to watch the movie. They come out, they carry on with their lives. But if we're entrusted to tell a story about people who've had thousands upon thousands of their life savings of money effectively stolen from them, some of them were incarcerated. One woman went to prison when she was pregnant. And Mark is one of the postmasters who actually realized what was going on. And not only that, he found one of the glitches and he proved it. And then as soon as he proved it, lo and behold, within 48 hours of that happening, suddenly lots of money went missing from his post office. Strange coincidence, that. So, Mark, do you want to... I mean, I don't want to go through the whole thing again because this is an anniversary stream, so we're trying to keep it relatively upbeat. But, I mean... maybe let the guests know a little bit about it, and in a short, condensed way, if you can.
In a very short, condensed, was in 2004. We had an armed robbery in the post office, which generated after the robbery, the system had a minus £4,000 figure. So I thought that was a bit unusual. So I looked into the problem, and in January 2006, I found a routine in the post office EPOS system that if you use it, it would duplicate any transaction. So if you did like a pension, it would double the pension, etc. I reported to the post office, and long behold, then they started to find reason to terminate my contract, audit my office every month, and in July there was a shortfall suddenly materialised, and they closed the office down. And then they used the Secret Act to bury it.
So, for those people that are not in the know that are watching, this has become like one of the biggest miscarriages of justice in the UK, and it's still going on. There's a massive public inquiry. You can actually see Mark give evidence to that public inquiry. In fact, most of our cast watched that as part of their sort of preparation for their role. I'm just keen to sort of hear the reactions from my American guests, who obviously know nothing about this at all, but just to hear your response. Copa, you first.
Yeah, you know, I don't know anything about this scandal at all. It never reached the shores here. At least it never reached my ears. So,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Go on. No. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, you know, it's stuff like this that just don't get across the pond, and it's a fantastic and very interesting story that needs to be told.
Yeah.
Retro.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've heard the story from you, from your channel, but not specifically this portion of it. For one thing, I just want to say sorry that happened to you, because it must have been pretty awful. Thinking that you're in business, doing something that's going to help you and your family, and it turns out to be a huge disaster. It is very disappointing that big organizations, once they discovered this situation, did not try to rectify it, and you know, made it into what it became. So it's really a sad visage on humanity and the way corporations are working. But hopefully, you know, this is getting the word out, letting people know that this is possible. These computer programs, they help us with everything, and it's wonderful when they work correctly. But when there is a glitch or an issue like this, it needs to be taken very seriously.
They actually proactively took part in a cover up as well to cover it all up.
Yeah, that's the saddest part.
Yeah.
Well, like even on the inquiry this last week, there's an inquiry about it all now.
Yeah.
At 11:43 p.m. the day before, Gareth Jenkins, he was the designer of the system, was going to give evidence.
Yeah.
The post office dropped over 5,000 documents
relevant to him that had not been revealed to the inquiry. So at the 11th hour, they suddenly dumped all these documents.
And it was like the size of a 40-foot truck.
And yeah, not only was Gareth Jenkins one of the key designers of the Horizon system, he also testified in several cases in court that the system was completely infallible, in cases where people were being convicted with Horizon being used as evidence, and he saw them get sent to prison, and he knew it wasn't infallible. So he's actually under police investigation at the minute because he committed perjury, under which people went to prison. So, but that's how I came to meet Mark, and it's just I don't want to talk. I've been living, breathing, and eating the post office scandal since I undertook the project last year. But I just, Mark, it's to have told the story on behalf of yourself and the others who have been affected by this thing, and there are hundreds, nearly thousands of them, I think. It's been an absolute privilege for me, and I know the other cast members feel the same. Theresa was the
and one more thing to add about
honoured, Mark.
Go ahead, Theresa.
One thing to add for the other people, most people wasn't in my situation. They were like older people and stuff like that.
Yeah.
When they had an error, like a shortfall, all the post office security told them that they were the only one.
Yeah.
Nobody's had a problem and things. and that's why like all 4,000 people got affected by it.
Yeah. So they were lying constantly to all the people. Now the interesting thing is it's being made as a 4-part television drama. The guy who sort of led the campaign to get the postmasters to take the post office to court he's portrayed in our play as Postmaster 5. In reality, this is he's an actual real person. Let me show you guys who is playing this role in the 4-part television drama about this travesty, which is filming right now, and which my nephew is actually the Action Cars manager on. He's providing all the cars for the shoot. So none other than Toby Jones is playing the lead. And some of you may have seen him in Indiana Jones and the Dial of Dog Poop. Recently. Oh, sorry, did I get that title wrong?
No, it's very accurate.
Okay, I thought so. So, yeah, but Toby Jones is a great actor. I was trying to get them to cast Phil Davis, but that's shooting right now. So, and I dare say that will make its way to American shores. So there is a 4-part, I think it's 4, it's either 4 or 6 parts drama series about the whole thing coming to your shores in the not too distant future. Mark, you wanted to say something?
Oh, no, it's on you. It's 4 parts.
It is 4 parts, yeah. Now, changing the subject, Mark, you're also a massive sci-fi guy, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, I like Sliders, Stargate, Star Trek, Star Wars, etc. Yeah.
I don't know if you're noticing, but Retro Nerd Girl's now got this sort of glow around her as well.
Yes, I'm like, yeah, wow, cool.
I noticed the background on your face.
Yeah.
No, that's great news because Mark and I have already been chatting about the sci-fi side of things. So the stuff behind me, guys, has changed slightly because all my historical stuff has gone next door now in preparation for Copa's visit. So
Yes.
on the top shelf are not men's magazine, but my 2
no one believes you.
Indiana. Well, here we are. I'm going to just
Lance,
right now. Yeah.
Lance, did you find your Beverly Hills Cop album?
No.
Oh, man.
No. But I did find a 1 bag in the shed with a load of other records that I'd missed. So I found like my Lady Hawk soundtrack, which I couldn't find. So
Ooh, Lady Hawk.
Yeah, Lady Hawk.
There's probably another bag that's missing. I've also got my die-cast. I know that Theresa is particularly interested in this kind of thing.
No, I do. I've got nephews who have. I've done all the Star Wars, Doctor Who's, everything.
Do people recognise this?
Thunderbird 1.
It's Zero X from the Thunderbirds Argo movie, and it's a die-cast one where all the pieces lock onto it magnetically.
Oh wow!
It's extremely rare
cool.
and probably worth about 500 quid now, I think. So I don't think you can get it anymore.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so I finally.
I'm old enough to remember the TV.
Yeah,
that show was amazing.
Indeed.
I'm not allowed to watch that show.
Wait.
So because of the puppets. So my wife is afraid of puppets. So
he's afraid of puppets.
Yeah, so she has to listen to Team America because there's no way I'm not watching Team America. But Thunderbirds, oh my god, like that is just overkill for her. She will not be able to do it.
Oh man.
I actually, Sean Innes has popped in to say hello. He's got a street
hi,
off,
Sean.
and he's also said there's a whole new documentary about the Wilhelm Scream coming out.
Oh yeah,
So,
there's lots of little like details or documentary style videos on YouTube too that just go way into detail about it. So.
There's a few things I've missed, so my apologies to chat because we were delving into various topics. From the Uninspired Reviewer, congratulations on the 1-year anniversary. As always, the videos, interviews, and insights are the cream of the crop. And here's to much more. That's very, very kind of you to say. We've also had Cannoli Sasquatch has popped in, who's one of Copa's clan Copa, as I like to say.
The Copa Mafia.
Yeah. There's Sean, and Keith is still with us. We also have Mr. Brown Alliance. Then I think, Copa, there's this lady. You've got a restraining order against her, haven't you?
No, it's the other way around. Yeah.
I'm the weirdo. Well, that's you're in good company.
Yeah. Well, she's a weirdo for saying yes when I asked her to marry me. I was like, oh gosh, she's weird.
So we were asked earlier, what are people's favorite movies of the year, or favorite movie of the year so far, or even TV show? If you had to pick one, Mark, you're our guest here. I'm going to let you go first. What would you say? What have you seen that you've gone, wow, that was pretty good? Pretty small list for me, has to be said. But
well, I know the one I said is terrible, but I know a lot of people would disagree with me. But the one I would say is good. I'm trying to think. It's on top of my head now. It's number 4.
Number 4 on Netflix.
Oh no, John Wick, right?
John Wick 4, yeah.
John Wick 4. Okay.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. It was a little over the top for me. I don't know that I needed to see people fall down that staircase quite so many times.
It was insane. Man, John Wick 4, like it was good until it's not. So they would take what made the first 3 John Wicks work and then just extended it.
Yeah.
Instead of like going deeper with the stunts, they just made them longer, and it really tested your man card. If you're sitting there going like, I don't know if I should be complaining that there's too much action in this movie or not. But, I mean, 3 hours is ridiculous.
It gets a bit much after time.
Yeah, the action became a parody of itself, because the first John Wick movie was pretty grounded. Yeah, the guy took a lot of hits, but you felt his pain, and they've got gradually silly. And I just felt with the 4th one, like that roundabout scene, which was extremely well choreographed, although there was a lot of blue screen in it. There was a lot of bouncing off of car doors, and I was thinking, this guy would have like 60 broken. In fact, he wouldn't have any bones that were not broken by now.
Yeah, so it feels like it's going along the Fast and the Furious mode, where it started out relatively grounded, and in 3 months, Keanu Reeves will be able to fly.
Right?
Yeah. I think that's where we're going to end up.
I think John Wick 2 really kind of set the standard for what we have today, because John Wick 2 kind of did push the it was like, okay, hold my beer to the first movie. And by then, I mean, he was getting knocked about quite a bit. And I think even after 3, you're like, okay, there's no way he's still alive. And they're still like hinting at the fact he's still alive. So I think that they do kind of build up that unbelievable quality in the story. Just a bit. It is a fantasy. I mean, there's no doubt about it. There's no way it could actually. They've taken away pretty much all the realism. I think after the first one for me, but it's a joyride. It's definitely an action-packed thrill ride of unbelievable stunts.
Sorry. No, what's your standout movie or TV show this year so far? I'm going to give that question to everybody, but Retro next.
Oh no, was somebody going to say something though? I thought somebody was going to say.
It's only Copa, so
yeah. Don't mind me. I was just rambling.
Oh no!
I'll on my Brady Bunch screen. You're next, and then he's after you.
Okay.
So I'm trying to keep it in order.
I think I said Extraction 2 was kind of my favorite for so far, and I really haven't seen anything else that really has impressed me. But I'm open, to whatever might do so in the future.
Copa?
Yeah, TV show related. I have to say 2 shows.
Go for it.
so one, and I haven't finished it yet, but Silo. Oh my God, it's on Apple TV.
Yeah, I've seen
One
it.
of the better shows I have seen in the longest time. Really hooks you. Fantastic script. Incredible characters and dynamic. And it's one of those shows where if it was J.J. Abrams, he would have wrecked it. But the level, like everything else, but he doesn't, like, the show doesn't give you like too many mystery boxes. Like, it answers a question and 3 more mystery boxes appear. The show like keeps the mystery alive and well, but you feel satisfied each episode. Fantastic stuff. And it really has a scene so far. And like I said, I only seen 3 episodes, but man, there's a suspenseful scene where she has to fix the generator that runs the entire silo.
Yeah, that's a good episode.
Yeah, isn't that a great, like, suspenseful scene? I mean, they just dial that thing up to 11 and don't let up. So fantastic stuff. The other show would be Sanctuary on Netflix, which is a show about sumo wrestlers. My God, like, the level of bullying the sumo wrestlers give this guy is fantastic. Like, it is amazing. And then on top of that, it's like a Rocky story, but sumo wrestlers. Incredible. Yes, I binge watched that show from start to finish. I believe there's only 8 episodes. I watched it in one sitting. Fantastic show that nobody's talking about. It's Sanctuary on Netflix. It's about sumo wrestling, and this guy, so you follow this guy, and he doesn't even care about sumo wrestling. He's from judo, and the only reason why he's in sumo is so he can make money. And so all the sumo guys are like respectful of the sport and everything, but he doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. So anything they tell him to do, because he's a low man on the totem pole, he's like completely rebellious against it. So they like beat the crap out of him. But he sticks around because he just wants the money. But then you start figuring out like his backstory, and you start to sympathize with him. And then you start following a couple other sumo guys, and you start sympathizing with them as well, even though they're his rivals. And it's a fantastic show. I highly suggest that to people as well. As far as movies go, I thought Sisu was good.
That's my choice.
Okay, so I'll give that to you, birthday boy.
All right. Thanks.
And the other one is absolutely Extraction 2. That movie was so good. It had me so pumped that I went out and bench pressed an entire car when I was done watching it. Like, it was so good. It was relentless. It was everything.
Did you run and bang into the car really hard to sort of simulate the scene?
I just picked it up from the bottom and flipped it over like I was the Hulk. Like, it gave me that much strength after I was done watching it. Extraction 2 was just so much fun, and it was a throwback to the way we used to enjoy action movies.
It did have some quite grounded action scenes, particularly when the police turned up at the big building, and I loved the way all that stuff was choreographed and shot. It did have some silly stuff as well, but
of course, but you have to have that in an over the top action movie. I mean, he snipes a dude with a grenade launcher from like 300 yards out. Like, that's an impossible shot, but he does it, and it's fantastic. You're like, you cheer when this happens. But everybody talks about the opening action sequence, which is 20 minutes long, and they make it look like it's completely like a one shot. I think it's more like 3 or 4. They cleverly edited together.
That's totally edited.
That's the one that ends up on the train, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It starts in the prison and then ends up in the train, and there's a car chase in between, and this is all looking like one shot, but it's like 3 or 4. Still, it's an achievement. And usually in my action movies, when they attempt these like one shots, it tries to get too artistic towards the end, and you can tell like this is just a choreographed dance. Like, the actor's trying to hit his mark and then throw the punch and stuff like that, because we're really down the line here. This one, though, like, it feels like an action sequence all the way through. Like, it never loses its punch throughout. You know, pun intended. It never loses its punch throughout.
And the tension is just so good. It's like you're scared anybody is gonna be taken out at any moment.
Especially when they have to fight through the prison riot.
Like, that choreography in the prison was absolutely outstanding. I did feel like on the back of the train where suddenly the helicopter came and he turned around and he shot the helicopter. The helicopter crashes. I was just waiting for a graphic to come up saying 500 points scored.
Well, I don't know about you, but I cheered. I cheered.
But it was like I'm watching a video game.
Yeah,
it was one of those moments where I was like, I was really into that scene, and the way that it was shot was just so cool. It was just so cool.
Theresa, do you have a more sedate choice, perhaps? Before
I'm going to have to admit I'm a Jane Austen fan, and I binge watched the whole of Americans Got It First, the 3rd series of Sanderton. It hasn't come to ITV yet, so I binge watched.
Sanderton, is it called?
Sanderton, yeah.
Well,
it's set in the Georgian times, and the Americans have seen it first. It hasn't come here, and I just bought it with my birthday money, the DVD, and decided it's PSB, Sanderton. It's just full of beautiful costumes and a typical old-fashioned love story. But I also did watch the first Matrix the other week, which I really enjoyed. I hadn't seen it for years.
It's
that's a classic.
The first and only good one, I would say.
I know, the first one.
The Matrix. I still haven't seen the last one.
It's not worth your time.
No. TNTV. What about you, Tim?
Sorry, can I just plug your co-founder is in a film called Love Without Wars by our very own friends, Lance, directed by Jane Gull and produced by Karen Newman. And there's 4 or 5 Anna Sher peeps that we know in that, including Dickon, your mate. I am seeing it next week in Kent. So it's had awards as an indie, and it's probably as good as yours, your film, Lance.
I'm sure if it's as good as my film, and you're talking about the journey, I think it should aim higher.
No,
this is love. This is Love Without Walls. I've seen the poster a few times. Now Jane Gull, who directed this, very kindly came to see False Accounts the other week.
Yes,
she's
she
a great,
and last year, Lance.
And she's a great, very sort of go-getting independent director and producer. For those people who are watching that don't know, Anna Sher Drama School, which is where most of us have been at one point or another. It was really a low-budget acting class that was aimed at the working classes or the people who couldn't afford to go to places like RADA, even if they got a place. So your people who end up playing all your tough and ready roles. A lot of the cast of the movie called Scum, for those people that have seen Scum, I know TVTN will know which film I'm talking about. Most of the cast of Scum all went to Anna Sher's, and that's why you've got this kind of very gritty working class cast as all the young prisoners in the young offenders institution in the film Scum. Uninspired reviewer says he's seen this poster around. Thanks for that, Mr. B. This is on my list of things to watch. I'll probably do a review of it on the channel, actually. So,
and don't forget to let the Americans watch her other beautiful film with there are other friends of ours in that, Lance, My Feral Heart. And that had
by the Americans, do you just mean Retro and Copa who are in here now? Do we mean the popular?
No, anyone? Yeah, no, but the 2 Americans on with us, the two lovely.
Check out her other movies.
And also everyone out there as well. Watch My Feral Heart; it's beautiful.
TNTV, what are your recommendations so far? We're kind of 7 months into the year. We're at the halfway point.
My only recommendation this year, honestly, is Picard Series 3.
Now I've got to agree. I loved it.
Sorry, one sec. My dog's just decided to go mental.
I thought it was actually Gizmo. Mark's dog disappeared out of shot, and I thought Mark was being attacked. We just couldn't see.
He's very stoic when he gets attacked.
Mark, you're a sci-fi fan. Have you seen Picard season 3?
No. Not Picard season 3, no.
You absolutely should watch it. Don't be put off by the first 2 seasons. So Tim, no. I probably like you. I saw like a few episodes of Picard season 1, and I kind of went, this doesn't really feel like Star Trek. It feels like Buck Rogers. I'm not really into this. And then I think it was Drinker told me, he private messaged me and said, I've just been sent previews of season 3 of Picard. And I was like, how did you get those? Well, because Universal. Universal sent them to me. And I was like, oh, right, you've been sent them officially. And he said he binge watched it in a day and it was well worth watching. So
I did it in like 2 days. I despised series 2. I just about got on with series 1. Series 3 was brilliant. It was the proper ending that you wanted.
And you could have just picked it up and that could have just been it.
Yeah. If you just ignore series 1 and 2, just do it. It's worth it.
I might just do that then.
Okay, you won't be lost if you just
you don't need to.
3 references in there that you won't get, and none of them matter. Honestly, it's just brilliant. The only other thing I've been watching this year, and I'm going to take liberties a little bit with the timescale, is if you want something interesting, is the Patient on FX. I think it is.
I've seen it.
Really good.
Is that the one between the relationship between the 2 guys and one of them's his counselor? Is that the one?
Yeah, it's Steve Carell, who I'm not normally the biggest fan of, but he's a really serious role for him. And basically, he gets kidnapped by a serial killer. He's his therapist, but he can't be honest with him. So he kidnaps him so he can be honest with him. And he's trying to convince him to talk him out of killing people. And it's the most tense thing you've ever seen. I've done reactions to the first 6 or 7 on my channel. And I just sit there and I've got goosebumps on the back of my neck the whole time. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Surprisingly good for him.
Yeah. I'm sure he probably was, when he got the script, he probably jumps at the, actor's will. It's like, oh, this is something I'd never get offered. Well, I'm very up for this.
Yeah, and he does it really well. So does Donald Gleeson. Is the other
Donald
guy
Gleeson.
He plays the serial killer really well.
Yeah. He's almost unrecognizable in it, actually, from what it took me like one episode.
What's the name of this again?
The Patient.
The Patient. Okay.
Yeah, I was watching it for I think when I turned on the second episode, because I'd missed the credits, and I was like, that actor, who's that actor again? He looks just like Donald Gleeson.
Yeah.
He was so good. Didn't feel like I was watching.
No, it's a really good series.
Is The Patient just a miniseries, or is it?
I think it's a one-off, but I think it's about 20 episodes. I think I haven't looked. Problem is, I do reactions, so I don't look ahead, so I don't know how long I've got to go.
Understood.
Otherwise, I get spoiled. I don't want that.
No, you don't. Especially with the titles. Like, have you noticed? Like, if you look ahead at the titles, you're like, dude, you're telling me too much already.
Yeah,
Like,
literally
don't
like
title it this.
4-word titles.
Yeah.
I just started. I've just gone back and started reacting to Star Trek Series 1, like the original series.
Oh, right.
At least it's old enough. I think that they don't do that, although they just like put a name in the title, and that's the title of the episode. Charlie X was one of them. You can't guess anything from that, which I'm really happy about.
The troubles with tribbles.
Yeah, I don't know what tribble is yet, so I'll figure that out later.
Oh, okay. See, there you go.
I mean, I don't want to see any more trailers for June 2. I don't want to see any more trailers for Mission Impossible, which I'm seeing this time next week. And I'm only taking the only reason I'm taking so long is Matthew Holmes, who's done a lot of streams with me, the Australian film director. I think Copa, you've been on with him a couple of times.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Retro's met him as well. He's staying with me for a week from next Friday. So I've got a movie quiz at my house just because he's coming on Saturday with 2 teams battling out for their share of £1 million, and then possible share. Then I've got we've got Mission Impossible, and we're going to see it at the premiere screen in Leicester Square. So it's going to be big print in an IMAX. We've got great seats, and I'm taking him to see that for his birthday. But me and him we're going to be doing a stream together. Retro, you'll love this. We're doing a stream on The Rocketeer, The Phantom, and The Shadow.
Oh, cool. Yeah, those are great.
So they're 3 kind of pulp
superhero.
They all came out within a year of each other, I think. And they're all sort of 90s comic pulp adaptations. And it's funny because Matt said, when he suggested it. He said 2 of those 3 films are really good, and I said, yeah, I bet we're thinking about the same too.
I actually like them all.
Yeah. If they've got tight spandex, you're in all the way, aren't you?
No, I mean,
isn't?
I do like the story. I mean, not really the spandex part. I don't know where you get that from, but I do
you like your superhero stuff, don't you? Or is that my wrong?
I actually don't like I'm not really a superhero like super fan. But I'm more like there if a movie has like certain things I like, and sometimes it's corny stuff, sometimes it's schlocky stuff, you know, you have a little fun with it. And one thing I like about those 3 that you pick, it has that old school Hollywood kind of feel to those.
Yeah.
So they kind of harken back to an older era. That's pretty much why I like those ones in particular. I usually have a reason for liking the movies I do enjoy, but spandex is usually not one of them.
Has anyone in America seen the Sound of Freedom yet? Is it any good?
No, but from friends that I have that have seen it say it is really good, and it's not preaching like. So the mainstream media around here is saying that it's Christian based and it's faith based. It's not. The main character has faith, but it's not like get on your knees and pray or you're not going to be saved at all. It's just the main character has faith in God, and they really pray on whether he should, because the real guy, and I don't know if this is in the movie, but the guy who this is based on, he was Homeland Security, and that was part of his mission was to end these sex trafficking rings for children. And they like shut down the program, but he had all the like tools to complete this mission. And so he asked his wife, like, should I do this? And she said, you're not going to jeopardize my salvation if you don't do this, so you better go do it. And they had 6 children at the time. They now have 9.
Wow.
But it's stuff like that. And so I hear it's really good. I hear it's grounded. I hear Caviezel's performance in the film is excellent. I do plan on seeing this, and I plan on reviewing it too. It beat Indiana here in the States, at least. It beat Indiana Jones on Monday at the box office.
This is the trailer. I'll keep the sound off. But
it looks really good, and so is Caviezel. So whenever they're doing interviews, I watched a couple of the interviews with them over the past couple of weeks, and they were constantly quoting the Bible in the interviews, which I think it puts some people off a little bit. And I think
I want to say I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, I talk too much. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just saying that this is so incredibly. It just really feels wrong to me that people would be. Like it's okay for you to not want to see a movie because it has something you're not into, but to like go on a campaign to try to destroy a movie because people don't think the same way you do is just really kind of, it just feels very wrong to me. So I just my heart is just breaking to know that we've come so far as a society, and we're trying so hard to make it a place where everybody can find a place at the table. Why can't this film do such a thing? And so it automatically, I was talking earlier today that this could really stop this movie from even getting Oscar to even look at it, and or any of the awards ceremonies to look at this movie fairly. And if there is a chance that it could get any awards. So it's just really upsetting that this is happening.
Yeah. You know, there's political reasons behind it too. And I don't want to dive deep into it. I don't want to bring politics into it, but like here in the States, there's definitely political motives to, because it's like the opposite of their tribe. Like a lot of our institutions, our media institutions are ran by left-leaning liberals. And it's just like, this is something that the right would gravitate towards. So therefore they have to make sure it doesn't do well or whatever. And it's gotten really tribal here with stuff like that. And it's just like, you have to give it its fair shake, no matter what it is. Like
I
if you're
think
going to,
so.
yeah, and it's like the Rolling Stones. There's a Rolling Stone article that came out, I'm going to say a couple days ago, and they called it the movie that has the white savior complex.
Yeah,
but this
QAnon
guy,
adjacent.
Yeah, it's QAnon adjacent, and it's a white savior complex, and this guy literally did these things. This is
an actual true story.
But we're going to make it that so they can make sure that you don't go see it, or some of the people that they will listen and not watch it. It's disgusting.
It's interesting because when I was in Africa, my ex was telling me about how there's a huge country that outside of Africa that has a lot of invested interests in various African countries. I won't say which country it is, but a virus of unspecified origin may be connected to the country.
Yes.
To quote a friend of ours. My ex-partner was telling me about how there are literally hundreds of young girls that have been recruited by employment agencies to go and work in this country, or it's a big thing in Dubai as well. And they have disappeared and they've never been seen of again. And they target orphans and, people that nobody will miss. And I used this as a storyline for a TV pilot that I was developing with actor Craig Fairbrass that went all the way to the top at Amazon, called Second Skin. And it was about to get commissioned when, and because it's about a corrupt policeman, but the reason he's corrupt is because he's trying to take down these people. So it's a kind of funny synergy with this film. And everybody was really excited about it because it's one of the best pilots I've ever written. And then we had a policewoman who, a woman who got murdered by an off-duty plainclothes detective in London. That's the Clapham Common thing, Theresa, if you remember.
Yeah, I read that one. Yeah, for you.
That literally happened in the week that we were waiting to get the yes or no on this commission. And so, of course, our project got sunk because suddenly no one wants to make a show about a corrupt cop.
Right.
But that children getting trafficked in that way, and also in a professional way, is a massive problem. And they're not just being trafficked for to be sold to brothels and things. That's a big part of it. They're also being harvested for their organs. And we had a scene in the show where all the girls arrive in this hotel in Dubai. It's quite a chilling scene. And then the camera kind of revolves around this wall. And
am I going to lose my lunch on this? No, please.
No,
don't go into detail.
Like no, behind the wall are people picking which one should be picked for harvesting and which one should be picked for other things. And we were just showing the process that would go on to pick and we didn't have to show anything. We didn't have to show anything horrific. We just had to have people talking about it. That of itself is. So this stuff does go on. I'd not heard about this film until today. I suddenly heard people talking about it and saying people were trying to rubbish it. People are trying to rubbish it. You have to ask why.
And you generally have to watch it.
Yeah.
Especially if it's got 100% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
Which this does.
Well, I'm going to add that to my list of films to review. Now I know a couple of people.
Do you remember when Monty Python came out, or the because my family are Catholic and no one was supposed to go and see it if you were.
But it's
one of the best comedies ever.
It's so funny, because that's one of my family's favorite comedies of all time. You're talking about Holy Grail, right?
That one, but
Life of Brian.
Life of Brian, sorry.
We're Catholic. We're Sicilian Catholic, and like those films were always played in my house all the time. Like we were never told to not watch these things.
No, but in the 80s, in the papers here, it was like you shouldn't go to see this.
That just makes it even better. That makes it interest sky high. Like, why shouldn't I watch this?
Yeah.
Ooh. It's sort of like the Last Temptation of Christ. They try to get people to not watch Last Temptation of Christ, and you go, okay, so what's so bad about it? What's going on in there? It's not that bad, anyways. Like when you watch it, you go, what? Like, what's so bad about Last Temptation of Christ? Yeah.
No, look, I know a couple of people I know have got to go. Sorry to interrupt. So before that happens, just to remind everyone,
Yes.
On Tuesday, we're doing a retro review and discussion of 2 of my favourite buddy movies of all time. Midnight Run, which also features in my new novel 1988, because it's the year I saw it, so it's also reviewed in the book. And Running Scared, which of course I have the vinyl soundtrack for just down here. So Matthew Holmes will be on a plane at the time when we're doing this one, making his way to my house from Australia. So I won't have him on as my usual co-host, but Copa Retro and Tim, if any of you are available, you're welcome to come on. That's on Tuesday at 11:30 p.m. UK time. So that would be around kind of, I think, sort of 5 p.m. Floridian time.
I'll let you know.
That's the next stream after this. You just inbox me on Twitter or whatever. Let me know if you want to come on. Copa, I know you've got to go, and Mark, I know you've got to go. Mark, can we just extend from all of the Outcasts again our best wishes to yourself and your family, and also the other 555 who took the post office to court and won in the High Court, and also to all the others who weren't part of that but were part of the scandal and are still fighting for justice. And if we can put the show on again, if we can find funding, because I don't put it on fully funded, but if we can find funding for it, we will put it on again. So, Mark, thanks so much for popping in to represent that clan. And Copa, thanks for coming in as well. I know you've got daddy baby duties.
Yeah.
How old is the tiny person now?
She is 3 months now.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's why you haven't slept.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm literally falling asleep at the microphone, hitting my eyes.
Has she uttered the important first words yet? Uncle Lance is live streaming.
Yeah. She's like, get on. She's like, let me watch. She literally woke up when she heard your voice. Honest to God, like your stream started, and then she woke up out of the crib. I was like, oh, she knows Lance is on.
Well, our guest crossover, we've got Melissa, Mistress of Puppets.
Hello.
Hey. Hi, Melissa.
Hi.
In charge of our puppets for our show that just happened, and also is a very active member of the Outcasts Creative, appeared in lots of our shows in lockdown, and Melissa and I have worked on several things together. Very talented actress as well. Theresa knows her also.
Yeah.
So try not to look like you're snarling at her, Theresa. But you're above her in the box. The brain.
Oh no, I meant hello.
Mark and Copa, if you do have to get off, guys, that's
I've got to jump too. It was great, great chatting, and it'd be good to catch up, especially if anyone does get to see the Sound of Freedom. It'd be good to have a proper catch up about it afterwards.
Listen, I'd like to do a
couple of
discussion
weeks'
about.
time.
Let's do a discussion about it right here. I'm well up for that.
As soon as it's available over here, let's do it.
Yeah,
I think that'd be a really interesting one to take apart and put back together.
Yeah, I might have to sail the high seas for that later.
Good luck. I couldn't find it.
Yeah,
but good seeing you all. I've got to jump, but I will.
Tim, you're welcome. Tim, you're welcome on the channel anytime. Copa as well, and Mark, thank you so much for coming in. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, Lance, you have a good one. Happy anniversary, and you've been such a great friend. I'm glad to have known you.
Listen, I knew from the moment that you said Avatar was your favorite film of all time in history.
Don't put that out there. That's to the public, man.
And by that I mean he's not a fan of it in the same way I am.
Oh man, I'm not a fan. I'm not. No. I'm not a fan at all.
You don't like it? Oh,
that was how we got. That was how we got talking, and it just goes to show that people who have opposing views on a movie can still be the best of mates.
Yeah.
That's
we'll pick that up another time. Cheers, guys.
Yep. All right. Take care. Congratulations, Lance.
Okay.
See you all later.
Bye.
Nice meeting you.
Then there were 4. Nerd Girl, I'm really glad you're hanging in there, but I know if you do have to go, just let me know.
Yes, I will. I'm shortly, but I'll hang on a little bit. I want to hear about the puppets.
Now it's like a lady stream now. I feel I should go and put my wig on.
I actually have some questions for both of the ladies.
Yes, take over. jump in.
Yeah, because Theresa, are you doing different personalities and different voices too?
I am, yeah, different accents, yeah.
Different accents. Where do you like, how do you source that? Because when I think of like doing another accent, I always feel like I still sound like myself. Like, how do you take an accent and a personality and become that?
I don't know if what Mel does, but Lance, I quite often, it's the rhythm. So I'm doing a Welsh one. So it's, so the far right haters is the beginning of one of my monologues, and it's very up and down. So you listen to the rhythm of an accent. They'll have different beats and stresses on an accent. So, you know, New York might be really, really fast, and your accent is more laid back, and so it's slower. And sorry, that's not very good American, but you know what I mean. It's I can't do the American.
It was a good stab.
I'm just playing around with, you know, and then obviously Scottish is you're using the back, so you've got different parts of your. So you use the front for a very posh, you know, the Queen every Christmas I speak of the hardship and uncertainty of the world that we live in. So it'd be very tight-lipped.
Okay, so you're using physiology to help you.
Yeah, so the different parts of, so the Mel might agree, but the Scottish is very, you know, it's like that, you know, and there's different Scottish accents, but they're very at the back. So a Glasgow is right, it's right. And German is also at the back, but it's more up. So you're using your lips and tongues up. So it's ich weiß es nicht. Ich weiß es nicht. I would, you know, I would. And then you have to, the Eastern Europeans don't pronounce W's, and you have to listen to different words and different stresses of the vowels as well.
I should just explain to our viewers that the noise that you can hear in the background is not Mel being a bit windy.
Oh.
Can you reveal the pug being shot, Melissa? Can we see him or her rather? Esme, isn't it?
Hello.
Oh yeah, there's two of them actually. There's
there's Rupert as well. I don't know if I can get him.
Oh there. Hello, Rupert. Pooch, major Pooch stuff. Matt would be losing his shit right now because he's such a big, like me. He's a big dog guy.
Those cuties.
Mel, do you want to answer that same question of retros about accents and character and stuff?
Yeah, with accents, I tend to listen to like go on YouTube and check out accents, and there's people there. There's tutorials that people do of how different they use their physiology and different sounds that they make for different accents, and I try to do it by ear mostly. But yeah, you kind of it's a mixture of hearing it and feeling it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's how. Yeah, I do go on YouTube as well. And
do you guys ever play with like pitch of your voice, or do you try to keep it? Like pitch is kind of tough because you have to hold that for a while, right?
One of my monologues, I'm doing a more softer voice. I'm going into a more softer and hi, you know, she's going to be quite lovely in her way, and she's into being very, very soft, and then and then she gets
that really makes a big change.
That reminds me, Mel, your puppet is currently in a box in the shed.
All right, yeah.
With all the false accounts props. Retro,
I have to say,
puppet question.
I just got to say, Mel, the choreography of the puppets I really enjoyed in this second production, because I went to see the play, wasn't in it, and it was very different choreography to last year. I really, really enjoyed the puppets this year.
Yeah. The scenes were rewritten.
They were really
quite
funny
as well, but
but the way they so I think you choreographed those two actors. They were really funny.
Yeah, I did come in and do a bit of a workshop for them.
Yeah, they were really good.
Mel came to rehearsals and worked with those actors who really took everything on board. And Donna, who was doing Angela van der Bogard, it was very much an Avenue Q kind of puppet, if you're familiar with that retro. She really.
I was actually gonna just ask you, like, how does the puppets play into the show that you have, or is this a different show?
No, it's the same show. You can actually see two of the Muppets on the back of the book.
Oh, cool.
And funnily enough, we have a pretty good quality video of the play. I might be able to get a short clip up.
So yes, he did mix up puppets with humans in the scene. Because it added to the satirical. So he really satirized a couple of the characters.
I mean, how that came about, to sort of answer your specific question, was that when I was interviewing one of the witnesses, a guy called Ian Henderson, who's a forensic accountant. He's the guy who did the report on the post office horizon and the post office and so on. And Positive Fandom's here. That's very nice. Hopefully she'll pop on. RM will pop on for a little bit.
That'd be awesome.
And he said, well, I went to Fujitsu and had a talk with the engineers there, and I said, well, what were they like? And he said they were a right bunch of Muppets. So as soon as he said they were a right bunch of Muppets, and he said they didn't seem to know who they were working for or what they were doing, the image that popped into my head was of the aliens from Sesame Street.
Those guys.
And then you had this other character who was played by this other character who's called Angela van der Bogard, who was one of the higher ups in the post office, and she also was party to this thing called Operation Sparrow. And you can't make this up. Operation Sparrow was actually a secret committee within the post office that was set up to destroy the postmasters and stall the mediation process and all of this thing. And actually, I don't want to play this with the sound, because this is not for public consumption at this stage, and also, just for the actors' benefit. But this is actually from the show. And there I am playing this rather seedy lawyer in the show, and then I think the bit with the aliens comes up. I think it's around here. There's Dickon, who's co-founder of the Outcasts, there you go. So the Muppets have just appeared, and they basically, most of their answers are like yes or no. So you remember the Sesame Street aliens were kind of yep, no, yeah. So that was, and this is the first time I've ever used Muppets or puppets in a show, and it was quite effective. But there was a reason. They weren't just chucked in there for a reason, and they weren't just chucked in there for comedy effect. There was, and Angela van der Bogard was kind of like Paula Venables' cheerleader, and would just sort of echo everything she would say, but also was completely ineffective as a leader. So I thought a puppet for that character, and Mel just happens to say, well, funnily enough, I've got one dressed as a cheerleader. And I'm like, you're kidding me. So we had this puppet that's dressed as a cheerleader, and and playing that character, and it sort of worked really well, and went down quite well with the audience. And Paula Venables, who's played by Gillian, is it Gillian Broderick? I forget. She was standing in for Maggie Robson, who sadly got COVID and also a lung infection. So Gillian came in with only like 2 weeks rehearsal, very short notice, to cover her. We do a take on her playing Paula Venables like Darth Vader. So So I kind of took all my kind of film geek stuff, and because the best way to make the serious message of this play land with the audience, I thought, because if we told it straight, which is what the TV drama is doing, not only have we not got enough time to include all the scenes we really need to include, but the audience are just going to come out of the theatre feeling like they've been beaten over the head by a spade, and they're just going to want to forget about it. Because if I come out of a play and I feel like I've been traumatized, I don't tend to think about the play. I will think about it, but after an hour, you know, I don't want to be sitting at home thinking, oh, well, I've got to tell somebody about that story. So that I kind of found a way to land the message and entertain them at the same time. And
satire is the best way, isn't it? Sometimes.
Yeah. I think that's brilliant, especially taking like that one comment and then turning it into a feature. That was that thumbs up. Brilliant.
We were rewriting scenes for the show this time around. Actually, in fact, both times, as information was coming out in the public inquiry, we were rewriting scenes. And as Mark has just said, he's still dropping in. This document was leaked that the Subpostmasters have been labelled in. They were labelled in 8 racist categories. One of them was Siamese to N-word. Now, the N-word category they used was Negroid, and this is on a document in 2012. So they were. So why are you racially categorising the postmasters that you're prosecuting? What purpose does that serve?
None.
And well, the only answer I can come up with was that, because don't forget they had limited resources in terms of hours and all of that, investigation teams and so forth. I think they were prioritizing the non-white postmasters and prosecuting them first. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I mean, and trust me, plenty of white postmasters were prosecuted as
well.
well.
I was going to say a lot of white.
But I do think that the non-white ones probably, you know, they were probably at the front of the queue, and there was certainly plenty of both. And to think that they were categorizing them in these kind of archaic, kind of the sort of thing you'd expect to see on an embarrassing form in the 1950s, you know.
I know. There's a lot of us retro who are trying to retweet all of the Subpostmasters hashtag post office scandal on Twitter. And is it Nick
Wallace wrote a fantastic book about it.
So if you can retweet and put our shout out, it will really help the cause, because they keep sort of delaying tactics. The post
they're delaying them getting. It's been decided in the courts that they're due to get compensation, but
these people haven't been compensated.
No. Some of them have, but loads of them haven't. And what they're doing is they're doing this delaying tactic, and people keep dying because a lot of them are elderly. You know,
and
been going on for 20 years.
Sorry to interrupt. 4 have committed suicide. Is that right?
Yeah, at least 4.
At least 4, yeah.
At least 4 that we know.
And many post office, because it's been going on for 20 years, have got really ill over it and stressed out, and disabled, and not been able to work in other jobs as a result of this.
Yeah, Mark, who came on, has got PTSD as a result. Of what he
it's absolutely dreadful. I don't know if Mel met, but we met after the. Did you meet any of the postmasters?
No.
Mel wasn't.
At
the shows that they were at.
Okay, but it was really heartbreaking to meet some of the people for real. And when we performed in front of them last year, you really got the emotional real. We didn't have to work as actors, and because we met them afterwards, some of the postmasters, Subpostmasters. And it was just horrendous what they've been through. It made you cry. And I know it's your anniversary, Lance, but I do think the more people that can retweet it, retro, and the more people you can let know to tweet it would be great.
Yeah, I mean it's a cause worth, you know, making public, and like we say, the more people that know about it, the better. And it got swept under the carpet. The press didn't seize it at all until it got blown wide open. They were terrible about reporting about it, and it was like
I saw a play last night. That's why I could. Friday night. Sorry, that's why I couldn't come up to London, Lance, to meet you and your birthday bash.
Right.
A friend of mine has also written about a scandal about the leaseholders up north where they were being shafted. They bought their own flat as leaseholders, but they were shafted and had to pay permission admin fees. And because in the last 10 years, property developers here have lost a lot of money, they found ways of adding things onto the bill, as it were. And so they've been fighting it for 12 years. These 3 women from Northwest, and they've been using cheap cladding, which is why the Grenfell flats were burnt down and things. So they're on a mission, and they've been also protesting at Parliament. So there seems to be, I don't know about your country, but in our country at the moment, it's a bit there's a very polar opposite of them and us type thing going on with the political leaders thinking they're on, the leaders thinking they can get away with everything, And
the gap between rich and poor gets ever greater. Retro, did you have any other questions relating to the abilities and skills of my fellow why you've got 2 actors here that you can interrogate?
No, I think I got enough. I'm just curious, what else they're gonna say, and especially I want to know more about the puppets, of course. I love puppets. I've always loved them.
Mel is also a massive sci-fi nerd.
Right.
And as not only has she been helping me develop my Star Trek game, but she's also the member of the Outcasts at the Christmas party who made sure I got the spaceships for my
cool.
Star Trek game.
In actual fact, I'm wearing my T-shirt. So I used to present a cult TV convention.
Oh, cool.
Where we used to get, it was run by fans for fans. And we used to get the stars and directors and producers and writers of some of the nerdy shows that we all love so much. And I was one of the people that used to interview them on stage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I loved that job.
In fact, I saw your friend David Lindbergh was out with Claudia Christian this weekend at London Comic Con.
Yeah.
Played Commander Ivanova on Babylon 5, if everyone's familiar. This is the said game that Mel helped with the design of.
Wow.
So
that was great.
This is in mid battle. I think this is when we ran it at that club, Mel, and your friend. Everybody controls a ship. These sheets over here are for the ships. The plastic counters are how you allocate power to weapons and shields and this kind of thing. And this is a game system that I developed in the early 90s and kind of forgotten about. And my New Year's resolution in 2020 was to 2021, whenever this was to get back into gaming, which is a hobby that I had long neglected. And so I blagged my way into a Star Trek convention, which was on in the same building as the games convention I was at, and met a whole load of the Star Trek cast. And then I saw all these model ships, and I was like, oh, didn't know that there were Star Trek ships out of that scale. And then I had a quick look on eBay, and there was 129 of them for sale by one guy. And they cost about £15 to £30 each. And he was selling his whole collection for, I think the price started at £75, didn't it, Mel, when we started bidding?
Yeah.
So we had 3 people bidding on it at the same time as it came up to the end. And we just as soon as we put a bid in, we put in another one, so that the other person that was bidding against us just never had a chance of catching up. And I got them all. I got them all for, I think it was about £139, £35.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so now I have a huge collection of these ships and made all the stuff up for the game. And we've played a few games. So Retro, if you ever make it to London, you're having a game. You pick up the rules in 5 minutes. And
yeah, it's a really good game.
We're still waiting for Theresa to come and play the Borg. And,
Yeah.
My best friend's brother, Mike Quinn, has been in every Star Wars. Do you know Mike Quinn? And he's a puppeteer on the Muppets, Mel.
He's around on Facebook, isn't he?
Yeah. He's I've known him for years because obviously I've known my best friend for years. But it's brilliant. And he did all the Muppets, Mel. I think he's one of the Kermits at the moment. Or I don't know.
Well,
wow.
And also Toy Story.
I've been desperately trying to get onto the Muppets for donkey's years.
Yeah, you'd be great.
Okay. Maybe I could hook you two up. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll speak to Hazel anyway. I mean, I'm on Facebook with Mike, so
yeah, I've seen Mike's on loads of my friends list, so I'm sure we can do that.
I will actually message him, Mel, and do a group chat with you.
So Retro, the date of this stream, in case you can make it, because I think you'd be a great guest to have on with me and Matt on this one, is Tuesday. I think it's the 19th of July.
Yes, I work on Tuesdays on my other job.
But you do know we start at 11:30, so it does mean it kind of starts at the end of your working day. I don't know if that helps.
Oh, you mean it'll be around 11 o'clock, around 11 p.m. around my time?
No, more like kind of like 5 or 6 p.m. your time.
Yeah, that's exactly when I'll be at the very
no worries.
zenith of my workday.
That's not a problem. Well, talking of other YouTubers, we also have Lady Gravesmaster in the house.
Hi.
Hello.
Howdy.
This is like becoming an all-female stream.
Right. The women are
all men at the beginning now. I've got all the ladies on.
Well, my show's called Women Reincarnated, so
hey, there you go.
I haven't seen Lady G on YouTube for a while, so she literally has been reincarnated. For the benefit of those people watching, you were one of the first. I don't know if you were the first, but you were certainly one of the first people to have me on their channel after I got going. And I think was I on a stream about Uncommon Valor with you?
Yes. So we did Uncommon. It kind of turned into a bigger scope than that, but yeah, we did Uncommon Valor, and it was one of my favorite streams. It was really, really great. So
well, that's very kind. I still have not, even though we've been streaming for a long time, coming up to 2 hours now, I still haven't got any new subscribers yet, and I'm determined to stay on until I hit 2,000, which is only 8. So got to try and get up to 2,000 subs today, and then I can think about the next unrealistic goal to achieve.
Well, I just hit 5,000 this morning. So
wow, congrats!
You're well on your way, Lance. Don't you worry.
You got 5K. Wow, that's great.
So it's crazy. It kind of, you get those little momentum waves, and
the jump from 1,500 to 1,900 happened pretty quick, and that was mainly thanks to Critical Drinker, who gave me 3 shout outs in a row in a very short space of time. One of them was during a live stream where he had 10,000 guests on. Another one, he did a specific Twitter post, and he also had me on the channel. And in the time that I was on the channel, when he brought me on towards the end of the stream, I got about 200 subs.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so that's when I said to him, I really owe him a lot. I wasn't kidding there. But, you know, Retro's got me at least 5, and they're on my streams all the time.
Hey, they're a powerful 5.
Like
that's right. They're the hardcore. They're the ones who always come and say hello.
There you go.
You know,
every sub, like that's what I was trying to tell some other people. Like every sub, where it's just like, oh, I can't afford to super chat or become a member, but like I'm subbed and I love your channel, and I'm like, that's more like you just being a subscriber I really appreciate it.
I'm about 150 hours away from being monetized.
Oh,
you've got to have,
soon. It'll be
you've got to
coming
have
soon.
watch hours as well as subscribers. So
Yes.
when I hit 1,000 subs, I was like, yay, I'm going to be monetized. And then it was like, oh, hang on.
The other half of
500
that.
watch hours.
Yeah.
And then Drinker gave my feature film a shout out, which is 2 hours long. So that suddenly halved that.
Yeah.
But I've still got, I think it's around 150, 175 hours. So you know, just stick on those interviews or stick on the movie or any of those.
Well, what I try to do with my when people are trying to get monetized, I'll put on like a playlist of their stuff and I'll just keep it running in the background.
Yeah, Retro. I've done that with your channel about 20 times, Retro.
Oh, thank you. Yes, playlist.
One time I forgot I left the computer on and it was still going in the morning. And,
wow.
You know, it had got that thing where it had frozen and said, "Do you want to still continue watching?" And I was thinking, well, that must have been on.
Are you still watching?
So I think I just left it on to get your watch hours up. I've got another guest who's arrived in that house, who's an actor I've directed on stage 3 times. Fantastically talented man who's done everything from Importance to Being Earnest to I'm trying to think of other things now. The head man in the Victoria Climbier inquiry on stage with me, and that is Johnny Hansler. Jonathan Knackered Hansler.
Hi, Johnny.
My voice is very ropey. I've just done 2 Basil Fawlties, so I'm very tired. But it's lovely to see you.
Retro, are you familiar with who Basil Fawlty is?
No.
So that's, do you know 40 Towers, which is a sort of iconic old English comedy show?
No. I would like
John,
to know.
please.
I'm going to get a picture of it so that you and Lady Gravesmaster will.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So I just got back from Wales.
Is it kind of like a sort of a murder mystery show, but with Basil Fawlty? Is that the gist?
It was not really murder mystery. It's just basic insanity. It's just mad lunacy, but extremely at a high level and exhausting.
Yeah.
So yes.
I mean, Basil Fawlty's a very sort of high energy, character to play, which I can see you. I can see you doing, but I can imagine that's probably quite draining. And you did 2 of those. How long do they last?
About 2.5 hours each, but we did 2. I've just been in Wales and we did Friday and Saturday. So I came back, all the way from Wales. So I'm, pretty beat, but good to see you all.
Mate, it's very kind of you to pop on. This is the kind of the 1 year. The channel started technically in 2019, but it's like the 1 year anniversary of the new direction that I took the channel after lockdown had finished. This is who Basil Fawlty is, guys. It kickstarted the career of John Cleese. So, and it's about Basil Fawlty, his long-suffering wife, and their long-suffering servant. This was kind of the show that John Cleese did after Monty Python. Yeah, and I think it's right that there's only 6 episodes. Is that right?
12.
12, yes, yeah.
And everybody seems to think that it had like 40 or 50 episodes because it was always on. But it's about a sort of an eccentric hotel owner who owns this hotel, 40 Towers, and it's an iconic character that sort of.
And it definitely would not be made today.
No, you're so right.
Yeah.
And I would do an impression at the moment, but I've got a bit of a throat, I'm afraid.
I think I used to be able to do Sybil. I think it's one. No. Oh gosh, I've forgotten it. Sorry.
I could see you doing Sybil opposite Johnny. We might have to bring you back.
Basil.
Hello, dear. How are you? I haven't seen you for a very long time.
I know. How are you, John? I haven't seen you since Cannes, I think.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. Yeah.
Did you both make it out to the Cannes Film Festival?
I met Cannes. Well, I met John before at an audition quite a few years ago, but I met John out in 2015 at the Cannes Film Festival, I think.
Well, you have got a good memory, but obviously. I have been through, as they say, quite a lot since then.
Did you go, Johnny? Did you go this year?
No, no, I could have done, but I didn't. I went to the BBC festival in Wales instead.
You weren't at Sean Cronin's infamous Cannes.
No, I wasn't. Not in the rain dance parties and all that. No, it's funny when you don't drink anymore. It doesn't become so glamorous, really. It's sort of it's nice to sort of sit round.
I must admit, it's just a big booze up, isn't it? I wouldn't go unless I'd got a film now. I mean,
exactly. There's no point really.
Unless you're into, I mean, it's good to do party scenes.
It's nice, but it's not my be all and end all anymore.
To show our American colleagues,
I've also been in a Sean Cronin film, John.
This is the scene where Sean Cronin's in.
Sean is amazing.
Yeah,
he is amazing. He's legendary.
Very proactive.
And he looks after people very well. He's a very kind. He does. He's amazing. I don't know how he does it. I really don't know how this man does it.
This is how they shot his scene in Mission Impossible Rogue Nation, where I think the character of Benji puts on the mask and then it's Sean Cronin. And it's very clever the way they shot it, because that's not actually a mirror. And I was wondering how they did this scene, and this is how. It's not a mirror. Tom Cruise. So that is actually a body double who puts on. That's a body double of Cruise there, who puts the mask on his head, and then it pans around to it looks like a mirror, but it's just actually a frame with a duplicate set, and Tom is already there standing behind Sean, and that's how they did that shot, which is it's beautifully simple but incredibly clever.
Yeah.
He is incredible. I've had the privilege of working with Sean, I think 4 times now.
Guys, it's gone up by 1 subscriber, so I said every sub I get, I'll change my baseball cap. So
Yay.
Well done.
But it's
I've worked with him twice, Sean. Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
He's one of a kind, isn't he?
Yeah, I've worked on one of his short films.
I did a reading in one of my scripts with him about the making of The Magnificent Seven, which is a play that I still haven't done and would still love to do, with him reading in the Yul Brynner part. And Retro, you're a fan of the original Magnificent Seven film, right?
It's been a while. I liked it. It's been a while.
Because the play is about it's about the making of the film, and in the play, the 7 actors play the Magnificent Seven, but they also play all 3 writers. They play the director. They play the producers. They play all the Mexican extras. So everybody plays these different roles, and it's it would be such fun if I ever got to make it. It would work quite well as a little mini series as well. Actually, it would be quite good. But like The Offer, the one that was about the making of the Godfather. Lady G, what have you got coming out next?
So I'm working on my Witcher review for the first part of season 3, which is god awful. Should be out hopefully tomorrow or Tuesday. And then I'm I already did a spoiler free, like my thoughts on Sound of Freedom. But I have a spoiler filled review that I'm going to drop, first thing tomorrow morning.
We were just talking about that movie before you came on, and I hear that Critical Drinker's already dropped a review of it.
Yes, he did drop a review of it. He didn't go very heavy with the spoilers in his. Mine is going to be very heavily.
I won't watch yours until I've seen the movie.
But it'll have a lot of spoilers. Like there's certain scenes that are in the trailer that you see and you're like, oh, like I kind of wonder what the context of that particular scene is. And then when you go see it in the movie, you're just like, oof. It is probably so. I have, from my understanding, this film had a production budget of 14 million and a marketing budget of $500,000. So total with marketing, it's $14.5 million.
Wow.
And it is probably one of the best quality, like one of the best films I have watched in a very long time. Like I've seen movies with 5 times this budget not look this good.
Yeah, I mean,
crazy.
I've seen Indiana Jones and the Dial of Dog Poop, and I mean, it just for the amount of money they spent on that movie, I was expecting a much better film. Sorry, but I'm a massive indie.
A lot of people have said that about that, though, haven't they?
Yes.
I haven't seen it myself, but I've had a lot of people on the same feed.
$300 million, and that's and just on production, $300 million, and you're like, and this is what you came up. The CGI in Indy 5 is awful. Like it's so bad.
It takes away from that kind of old school Saturday serial look that Spielberg was going for, which was a very grounded kind of real. But since some of the stunts obviously were the same kind of over the top stunts, and I kind of wanted the action to be grounded in the same way. I didn't mind the scene with the Romans at the end. I kind of thought that was kind of cool, but
the way that you arrive to that scene, it destroys it. And I have to say, the fact that I had to sit there and watch Indy get beaten up again and again and again and again, and have his goddaughter come in and save him or pull him out, or be the one that just puts him in that situation. And I don't know who the fight choreographer was, or her trainer, or if she even had. Because I've done research on Indy 5, and I cannot find anybody. Like, it's like she didn't have one consistent trainer when it came to the fight scenes or choreographer. Because if you watch her fight scenes, she doesn't throw a punch the same way. It's like she doesn't have her own style of fighting. She's being led by different people. Be like, okay, this is how you're going to punch here, and this is how you're going to punch here, rather than someone actually working with her to like get form and to build off of her own style and work with that in the choreography. It's like, okay, you're going to like swing your whole shoulder out and around, and you're going to, you're going to look like you cold cocked this guy from the left. And it's just, I was really disappointed in Indy 5, just story wise and CGI. But yeah, Sound of Freedom. I would have thought that this was at least probably like an $85 million budget film. But
I'm certainly gonna, and I find the topic very interesting. So I'm looking forward to delving into that. By the way, lady, if you're wondering what those strange grunting noises are, that is Mel's dog, which is just out of shot. It's not Theresa's rumbling tummy. That was earlier before Mel arrived. But,
it sounded like a puppy. I was kind of wondering. You can probably hear my birdie in the background.
Very cute looking dog.
My dear friends, I'm afraid I have to go because I've got a film. I'm filming tomorrow, and I'm knackered, and I've got to go and look at some lines.
I really appreciate you. First of all, I thank you for coming to see the show as well, which is it was
brilliant. Thank you for inviting me, Lance. It was really good, and some phenomenal acting in it. Really good.
Thank you.
You did a very good job. Your good self, sir. Very good.
Oh, bless you. I don't get to act very often, and it's quite nice that you got to see me.
You do a very good double act. I enjoy your comedy. Very good.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun playing those two characters. I got to play two villains, and
but Donna Coombs always value. She's always value.
She was very good as the Scottish postmaster.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for coming in, Johnny, and we'll catch you.
It's lovely to see you, Theresa, and lovely to meet you all. Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you as well.
So if my voice would better, I would speak more, but I've got to rest it. So
next time you come, we're going to want your best Basil Fawlty. All right.
You'll get it. You will get it. You will get it.
Thanks, Johnny. So we have now gone up to 1,994 subscribers. So I've got to change my hat again.
Oh, well done. Lance, I'm afraid I've got work tomorrow. So I'm going to have to go. I've got supply teaching just to pay for this Edinburgh Fringe show.
These are the day jobs that actors have to do. So this is the reality now.
I know. I've had to do some teaching. Yes. So thank you so much. Happy anniversary. Lovely to meet you, Retro. Nice to see you, Mel.
Meet you as well.
Yeah, and you.
And
Teresa, make sure you give Retro and Lady Gravesmaster a subscribe, please.
I will actually. Can I? Yeah, Lady Gravesmaster.
And
Yeah,
I
will
don't appear
actually.
to have any of my moderators in, but somebody should be posting the links to your.
I'm going to put
channels,
a
guys, so.
comment on your Retro. Yeah, both of you. I'll put a comment on. I'm just writing. Make sure I've got the right one.
Thank you.
Lady G and Retro.
Lady
if you want
G,
to
yeah.
put your links for your channel in the private chat for me quickly. I'm just going to.
Okay.
If you can shout out my Edinburgh Fringe show, that would be brilliant, everyone.
Yeah,
one more plug. 3rd to the 13th.
So if you can get to Scotland,
yeah,
or you have friends in Scotland, or you vaguely met someone once in a bar who you think may have been from Scotland.
Anyone Scottish?
Then, or
you
you have American friends going to the Edinburgh Fringe. Do check out Theresa's play.
At the Little Kirk Theatre, Grassmarket, 6:10 3rd to the 13th of August.
Don't worry, I'll put it up. I'll put it up on the screen again. So you have to
yeah, please share it with anyone Scottish more than any American going, and or beat. I mean, you are Trekkies, all of you. You can beam yourself up there. And I will hook you up with Mike Quinn, Mel.
So, yes, guys, please. Yeah, brilliant.
There it is. There's the deets for the show. Check it out, and if you can make it up there, please do. And Theresa, I'm sorry I won't be at the Edinburgh Festival, but I can never afford to go. Well, I wish you all the success with it, and I look forward to hearing all about it when you come back.
Yeah, I will attend a class in the autumn, an Outcast class, and also well done with your play. I really enjoyed it the other week.
Unfortunately, the last two classes are our last two classes.
No, not this, not before Edinburgh. I'll come in the autumn. I mean,
no. These are the last two classes ever.
Oh, right. Okay.
So I wrote everybody an email about that because I can't do Mondays, so we are going to do some one-offs. But the regular Monday classes, this is the end of it for people. So our Graham Fletcher Cook Award is actually being awarded in 2 Mondays' time.
Okay.
So the founder of our class, as it were. All right, thanks, Theresa. I'll see you again soon.
Bye, everyone. Nice to meet you.
Take care.
So and then there were 4. Retro, you've really been like a proper trooper. I know you said you were going to go in 5 minutes about 2 years ago.
I'm good.
I'm very conscious of not taking advantage and keeping you here longer than is required. I don't know if did I tell you this, Retro, but I found my box of cinema tickets.
Oh wow! Ooh.
And I mean, like, there is a lot in here. And there's more of that I can't quite pick up. So, for example, if I hold up a couple of these, this is True Lies. That's at the Empire Leicester Square, which at the time was owned by UCI. This is an Empire ticket for exactly the same screen when it was owned by Empire Cinemas, who sadly have just gone into receivership, and that's a Born on the 4th of July, which I had for my Born on the 4th of July stream. I also took a lot of people to see Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, same screen. Yeah, so digging through these.
Did that say 1/7/89? So January 7th of 1989. Is that right?
Yeah.
Or July.
It was
July 1st.
No, July 1st. And actually, I went twice in that week. So I went on the Saturday and took a load of people from my games club on the Saturday.
I wasn't even alive yet.
Thanks for making me feel old. But it actually opened on the Wednesday, and somewhere in this box there are 40 tickets for the Wednesday because I couldn't go to my college's graduation ball because I was working at my cinema, and so I organised a ball to go to see Indy 3 opening night in London, and that's when we all went. There's Star Trek. I think that's the Undiscovered Country. which I went to see for my birthday.
Yes.
That's 1992. Same screen again, and that's the same screen that me and Matt are going to go and see Mission Impossible 3 this time next week. This is just these are all in Leicester Square. This is Die Hard 2, which was heavily cut in the UK. We didn't get the uncut version of it.
Dang. Die Hard 2 is one of my favorite movies. Like, I love all. Okay, I get a lot of flack for this, but I love all the Die Hards. I don't even care. Like, Die Hard, Die Hard 2, Die Hard with a Vengeance. It's a Good Day to Die Hard. I love it. I love them all. Like, I really do.
There's T2. That's the opening Saturday weekend of Terminator. So that's the Odeon Leicester Square, which is where they have all the premieres. That's where I went to see the premiere of June. I mean, it's quite my plan with this is I was thinking about, this is the cinema I used to work, by the way, at, which was called Options. So there's Total Recall there. I used to work here. So you'll see the price was free. So I'm going to say, I even went and saw films on my day off. How nuts was I? So, I think this one, by the way, this triple bill, I think this was for, this was either for Star Trek's 1 to 3 or it was for Back to the Future 1 to 3. I can't remember which. What year did Back to the Future 3 came out? That was 89, 90, wasn't it? Because Back to the Future 2 was 89, Back to the Future 3 was 90. So, yeah, I think this was all 3 Back to the Future films. So, but I was thinking I might mount these on a board and then put like lamination over the top and kind of make it like a big painting of all these tickets.
That could be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you'd have to kind of make sure it was never in the sunlight because it would. I think they would fade.
Well, you can put because there's people that do that with not just ticket stubs, but they'll do it with like handwritten notes and stuff like that. And there's a UV film, a protective film that you can put over the glass, and so you can still see everything, but it protects it from the sun, so it doesn't fade. That's what the glass, like the when you go into like the Louvre and stuff, and you have the glass case around it. Not only is it inside of that pressurized, but the glass has like UV protection on it because there were activists like.
Oh,
people,
yes.
They try to do this. They'll go in and they'll try to shine like UV lights onto like Monet and stuff like that to distort the painting. So as they've put stuff behind the glass, they add that UV protection layer to it.
Guys, while we've been talking,
sick people out there.
While we've been talking, I've gone up 2 subscribers.
See,
so
look at that.
2 hat changes.
I'm 4 away from, you know what it is? It's because I've got the ladies on now. People are great.
Yes.
They're watching.
See
The
what
ladies so that means I've got to change my hat twice. So I'm going to briefly wear my Yellowstone hat. There we go. That's gone. And there's a lot of hats on my sofa bed now. So now I've got my 9 line. There we go. So
by the way, lady, I was just thinking like, I only saw the first one of the Die Hards, and I didn't get to see the other ones. And so by your excitement, I'm gonna take a look at those.
They get crazy. Like, so 2 is, so it's really interesting because 1 and 3 tie together because the villain from the first one.
It's his brother
in the third.
Sweet.
And so you sort of get that tie-in, which is great. And number 2 is really great because he's a cop, he's out of his jurisdiction again, but nobody's listening to him, and he's literally trying to save all these passengers in planes. So 1, 2, and 3 are really interesting and exciting. 4 and 5 are interesting because Live Free or Die Hard is where his daughter, sadly, 1, 2, and 3, he and his wife are still together, and at the end of 3 you get the sense that they get back together, but then you find out that they did end up getting divorced, and he's also estranged from his kid.
Spoiler alert!
I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. It's all right.
I'm sorry. I didn't even think that was a spoiler.
Well, the only reason why I'm saying no is because he worked so hard in the first one to put everything back together again.
He works very hard in 2 and 3 as well. But in number 4, he's estranged with his daughter, and so he's in the 4th one. He's fighting for his daughter, and in the 5th one he's fighting for his son, so you get to see like the whole family element. It's actually really it's really cool. And what I really like about it is, and I'm pretty sure Lance can back me up on this, at no point do they denigrate John McClane or his character. Like he never becomes he never becomes a Mansell in distress. He's very much John McClane through the whole thing.
I mean, the first film is a perfect movie, perfect script. Every line in the film is relevant to something, whether it's setting up something or whether it's character development. You know, it's a perfect script. It's perfect for script writers or budding script writers to look at.
Yeah, when I took a look at it again this year, it was surprisingly much more entertaining and deep and just wonderful. I was like, much more than I remember. Because when I remember, I was like, oh, it's just an action film. It's really silly. But when I watched it this time, I was like, whoa, this is really good.
And it's the way that whole movie plays out. Like, you're like, why would a guy take his shoes off in a business building? And then it's like, oh, it's because he got sick on the plane and he heard from the other guy, you know, if he goes on carpet, it helps. And so like the reason he doesn't have shoes on makes sense. And I think one of the best parts of that whole film is when he tries to go put on the one. He's like, why do you all have such small feet?
And these are big dudes too. I was like,
he says like 9,000 terrorists in the world, and I've got to kill one with feet smaller than my sister or something.
I died at that line, and so it's really interesting. I know that I know Bruce Willis has come out, like, because I think the last one came out 10 years ago, wasn't it? Has to be close to that. And that was number 5, and it was so good. And I know Bruce Willis talked about doing a 6th one where like, and he wants to do a 6th one where he's fighting for Molly again, and like kind of herald back to that. But I
didn't like the last one was the one with the kid playing his son was one of the guys who was in the Australian Spartacus television series, which, by the way, I'm going to be doing a stream about that. Might even do a watch party of the first 2 episodes. If that's anyone's bag, please come on. By the way, former Subpostmaster Nicola Arch, one of the ladies who was prosecuted and also exonerated in the Horizon scandal, has just popped on to say hello. So another one. If you heard about that when we were talking about that Lady G earlier, but I really didn't like not Andy Whitfield, Melvin, the guy who played Andy Whitfield's best mate, whose name escapes me. He's actually a very good actor. I rate him as an actor. I just didn't like that movie. It didn't feel. Wasn't that the one where they sort of end up going to Russia and they're kind of fighting in a building at one point and.
It's because what is supposed to happen is it was supposed to set it up for his son to kind of take over.
I got that.
And make it more like Bourne-esque as opposed to just a street cop kind of thing. The last one is my least favorite of all of them, but I still enjoyed it, mostly because you do still get like it's funny to me because it's him and the target that he's protecting are hiding behind the truck. Like, how are we going to get in without them seeing us? Like, what are we supposed to do? And McClane just walks up with like cash and he pays off the laundry guy.
Thank you, Melvin. Jai Courtney. That's who we were talking about.
Yes,
Jack
Jack Courtney. Yeah, he's the one
yes,
that plays.
please.
He plays Jack McClane. He plays McClane's son. So he and the other character are like trying to figure out how they're going to get into the building. And McClane literally just goes like straight New York informant cop on the situation and just hands the guy a wad of cash.
Nice.
So like there's some moments in there that made me giggle, but I enjoyed the father-son relationship very much. Especially rewatching it because it has been a long time since I think that was maybe one of the last movies with a actual strong father-son duo in it. I can't really think of one since that is that strong. So I actually really very much liked it more on the rewatch.
I've only seen it. I've only seen it the once, and that was when it was on in the cinema. But for my money, the best one's the first one, hands down.
Absolutely.
Never be topped. I think the second one is also really good because it's quite grounded in terms of the plot and the action. There's a couple of very over the top bits in it with the 6 grenades in the plane and how long those grenades take to go off.
I know.
All of that. But that aside, it's got some really good choreographed action sequences that I didn't get to see in their entirety until it was released in the UK on the VHS widescreen version. And they accidentally released the wrong edit. They released the 18 certificated version, so they quickly relabeled all the videos 18, and because they'd actually produced them before they realised that they'd not uploaded the UK release. So the film was heavily edited for the UK, so it could be a 15 certificate instead of what you guys would call an R in the States, I think you call it. My friend who came to see Die Hard 2 with me had just seen it in America, and it was weird because the year before I had seen Die Hard in America before everybody else, and I took everybody to see it. And he was watching it. He's going, "Hang on, this guy gets an icicle in his eyeball. That bit's not here." That's known as a retro lunch moment, by the way. So retro, you might want to be ready for that when.
There's some that one's kind of like number 3. I think the reason number 3 is so good is because you do get that callback to the first film. But you're finally in New York City. You're finally where John McClane has like jurisdiction.
Oh, yeah, cool.
And it's very interesting because what happens to him, like the way that he ends up in the situation, very much like the first one, it logically makes sense how he gets to where he is, and because I don't know. I'm sure you guys have seen the meme where it's it's Bruce Willis, but it's John McClane's character is on a corner and he's got the giant sign over him. So like you're like how would you arrive at this situation in reality? But in the film, like as you're watching it, you're like, oh, this is why he's doing it. And then because of a good Samaritan, it goes differently than the bad guys were planning. So it's just, for me, in the third one, it's proof that if you like, all it takes is one person to completely change the course of how something else would have went. Because had Samuel L. Jackson's character not stepped in, it would have ended very differently for John McClane.
I think my problem with the third movie, feels like we're doing a Die Hard stream now, but that's perfectly fine. My problem with the third movie is they set up this big action sequence at the end, and I know exactly why this happened because I dug into it in production because I wanted to know. And you've got Hans Gruber's brother, and it all climaxes at night, and suddenly the bad guys have been rumbled, and it's very James Bond-esque. There's suddenly a shot of, right, we've got to arm everybody. So all the bad guys' minions in their kind of like, jumped up paint suits or jumpsuits or whatever they're wearing are all suddenly unpacking machine guns out of a box, right? And you're expecting to see at least some sort of big confrontation between Law and Order and army of guy with machine guns, and then Bruce Willis. Then we'll focus on Willis and we'll see what he does. A bit like the end of a Bond movie. But you don't get that. You get the setup of, hey, there's going to be a big battle, but we're not going to show you that. And then they move on and they cover Willis and the main henchman only. And I'm like, what was the point of showing us all that? Anyway, I found out what that was all part of the mess of the massive reshoots that they had to do. And they didn't really have enough footage to scene the two segments, the new ending that they'd shot. They couldn't quite get it to fit. So they just kind of cobbled it together, and that was what they came up with. But you could sense that there was like a big thing missing, and I'm like, well, if you shot that big action scene with all the bad guys getting killed by the police or whatever, can't we see it? You know, I do like to see those bits as well. It doesn't all have to be Bruce Willis running around with his vest. So anyway, I don't know what happened there, but the ending for me was the end. I liked the third one, but the ending for me, I felt let it down. It set up this big thing, and then it didn't quite deliver for me.
Maybe it's because I'm a girl. I don't know. Maybe. So I viewed it from a different perspective. I actually I didn't mind that. Honestly, I think the reason I didn't mind the ending of the third one is because he goes into the phone booth and calls Molly.
Oh, yeah.
Or you think he does. I just realized I'm ruining this movie for Rob. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking out loud, and I'm totally ruining movies for you.
Mel, are you a big fan of the Die Hard films?
I'm not a massive fan of them. I like the first one, but I wasn't a massive fan of the whole series. No.
Should we move on to the Beethoven movies?
No.
I love the Beethoven movies. He's such a sweet doggy. I just like the first one, really, though.
But okay, let me ask you three ladies this. What is the ultimate, and there's only one answer to this question, what is the ultimate dog comedy film? Hang on, I need to get my sand timer out again.
Well, because you have Air Bud, you've got
dog comedy movie. I usually don't look at those.
I like The Secret Life of Pets.
Yeah,
I never did see that.
That's fun, but it's not just dogs. So
I never saw that one.
Guys, you're not getting it. I'm disappointed. I thought Mel would be straight in with this one because Mel does have the driest sense of humor on the planet, although you guys wouldn't know that. But she'll demonstrate it before she leaves.
Boulter?
No. I'm going to get the poster for you, and you're going to go.
Is it Old Yeller? Because that's just
that's not a comedy.
That's what I'm saying.
That's got a heartbreaking ending.
It's a bittersweet ending.
Traumatizes children for years to come. No. It's
Shiloh's a good one.
Scooby-Doo?
Scooby-Doo.
Oh, Scooby-Doo. That's a good one.
Yeah, but it's also not very funny.
Oh, I didn't like the live action ones.
Well, sorry, I'm going to have to put you out your misery. I'm talking, of course, about Best in Show.
Oh, my.
I didn't see
never seen it.
Mel, I can't believe you've not seen this. This is like
no.
As soon as you're off the stream, this is a film you have to track down. So this is made by the guys of Spinal Tap, right?
All right.
Except that it's Spinal Tap for dog owners.
They take it up to 11?
They take it up to 15 because
it's the dog shows,
They follow in the documentary Cinema Verte style. They basically follow a group of dog owners with the usual actors involved. So a lot of the same actors from Spinal Tap are in it. Mighty Wind is the film they did after this, but nowhere near as good. And it's various couples, or there's a gay couple, there's a couple of individuals, there's a romantic couple, the wife of whom seems to have slept with everybody else in the movie.
I remember not knowing, I remember watching this and not realizing that it was a sardonic, that it was comedy. And that it wasn't real.
You thought it was real.
I thought it was real, and I was like, this is horrible.
And it is really funny. Catherine O'Hara, as you can imagine, is absolutely hilarious in it. You've got Parker Posey and Michael Hitchcock as a very highly strung couple with a dog that's got mental health issues, and they met in two different Starbucks that were opposite each other, and we met in Starbucks, not the same Starbucks. I was in one Starbucks, she was in another Starbucks, and we saw each other in the opposite Starbucks across the road, which was at the time when Starbucks was taking over the world. This is the gay couple played by John McKean and John Michael Higgins. They are absolutely hysterical. When they go into their hotel room, they're redesigning it all, taking all the paintings off the wall. They brought their own paintings to hang up, and the next time you cut back to them, they're sort of doing up the room with drills, and their dogs are really cute. And this is the gay couple, and the woman's actually married this old guy who's about to die any second, and the dog, she's having an affair with the dog trainer. So, but it's just a brilliant cast. It's got their usual kind of improv sort of style. If you like dogs and you like comedy, this is one of the best films you're ever going to see. Keith says, fantastic movie. I buy copies for people. This is my kimono. That's he's taking a joke about the gay couple who one of them's unpacking like his suitcase, and his other half goes, how many kimonos did you bring? We're here for 4 days. You brought 8 kimonos. I need choice. So it's this sort of thing. It's a really, really good movie. RRTNZ is here. Hail chats. I'll be dropping in and out as I'm on the road for a long haul trip today. Excited to see Lance's panel change. And yes, Die Hard is the perfect action film. Has anybody seen absolutely anything with Simon Pegg? Best dog comedy ever, according to David Macy.
No.
I have not seen it, so I will aim to see it though. Retro. That's a mass watch for you. You've got to watch that.
Okay.
Have you?
Well, I'm going to have to head off, I'm afraid.
That's all right, Mel.
I'm running out of battery.
It's 10:15 in the UK. It's getting a bit late.
Yeah.
Really nice to meet you, Melissa.
And you.
And thanks for all the tips there.
Mel is awesome. Get her to bring one of her puppets onto one of your streams sometime. She can review a film with you doing silly voices. That'd be good. So, Mel, thanks very much. I'll see you soon.
All right, take care. Have fun. Bye.
Good one.
Okay.
Damn, then there was 3.
Then there was 3.
Hopefully my Australian friends will be waking up soon and they'll be able to come over and do the next shift. And we are on 1,996 subscribers. Still got 4 to go.
Yeah, 4. That's pretty
got
good.
4 subs. 4 subs still to get. Sadly,
So close.
But how did you get to 5,000 subs? You haven't even been streaming lately, or at least I haven't seen you.
I streamed last week and I dropped 2 videos.
That's funny. Do you know what? Because you would normally, if I log on and you're online, like with Retro, you would immediately come up on my feed. It's funny, isn't it, how YouTube works? But I haven't seen you come up on my feed for ages. So I don't know what's going on there.
I have no idea. Like, I've got the bell on for you, and I didn't get a notification for your stream either. So YouTube's up to some shenanigans. That is for sure.
Oh, look, one of my bestie friends on YouTube just did a deep dive on one of my favorite films of all time, The Dark Crystal, 1982.
Oh, I wonder who that could be.
Yeah, that was you, Retro. That's such a great movie.
Oh yeah, wonderful movie.
It scared me when I was a kid.
Did you guys see our we did our top 5 fantasy films, but pre-1990, including the year 1990.
Okay.
And we also let everybody in the chat vote for theirs. So there were 3 of us on. I had the Inside Man and I had film director Matthew Holmes, and we all announced like our 5th choice. So we let everybody in the chat pick their 5th choice, and the 5th choice scored 1 point. So we were scoring the points as we went along as well. And I think I've still got the banner that tells us, do you know what? I just realized I wrote loads of banners and I haven't used any of them. for the stream tonight. But these are the winners. So Jason and the Argonauts was first. Second tied was Conan the Barbarian and Clash of the Titans. Third was The Princess Bride. Fourth was Highlander, and tied fifth place with The Beastmaster and Time Bandit.
All fantastic movies.
Yeah,
I would say great placement. Yeah.
I feel like for me, Princess Bride would have been first. But
one of my guests, it was first. It was his Inside Man. It was his first choice, so it scored 5 points. But me and Matt both had Jason and the Argonauts at first. And a couple of other people in chat picked it as first as well. So it was the clear leader by about 4 or 5 points. And then
wow.
Dark Crystal people did vote for Dark Crystal, and we all said we had to have one Jim Henson movie in our list. We also had to have a Ray Harryhausen.
I mean, how do you just pick one?
It was really hard. Inside Man,
the Sinbad movies are they're sick. I love those movies so much.
Yeah, I had because I watched your stream of Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger, which has got the giant walrus in it. And I saw that at the cinema
when it came out. Yep.
Yeah, when it came out. I think
Jane Seymour.
79, 78 was it?
I think it might have been 79. I can't remember exactly.
And it was a double bill with another movie.
Was it Star Crash?
No, I saw The Humanoid at the cinema, but that was a double bill with Jason and the Argonauts. And if you haven't seen The Humanoid retro, but you enjoyed Star Crash, I think you'd probably quite enjoy The Humanoid in a very kitsch, cheesy Italian.
The Humanoid. Let me look it up.
Have you not heard of it?
I may have seen it. There are a lot of movies like I saw them when I was a kid, and I don't remember them now. Let me see.
Lady G, have you seen it?
Oh, The Humanoid. No, I have not seen The Humanoid. I've wanted to, though.
So it's got Richard Kiel in it, who played Jaws from the Bond movies. He was kind of the top billing, because the guy who plays the Luke Skywalker role is really like a no-name Italian actor. So that the director, there were two directors on the film. One of whom was Enzo Castellari, who's the guy who made Inglourious Bastards. But he did the second unit stuff on it. I think Aldo Laudo or somebody did the first unit. But when the film was released in the UK, the director's name in the credits was like something like George Luke instead of George Lucas. And I swear that they did that just for sort of like sales, to just kind of give the film some kind of more credit or whatever. But there's the poster. But the whole film someone's got it on their channel. The whole film is on YouTube.
Of course.
The other thing that's quite funny about it is it's got a score by Ennio Morricone, of all people. And once you hear the main theme tune, this is the video cover, which focused more on female characters in the movie, shall we say. Once you've heard the theme tune, you can't get it out your head.
Oh, cool.
It's it's not
possible I may have seen it. I'm not sure, because sometimes all the movies, like when I saw a lot of these movies, I was really little, and so they kind of all mushed together until I actually see them. Sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen this before. But I need to see this to make sure that I haven't seen it. A lot of these Italian movies from the 70s were just so good, and early 80s. They were just the way they were pumping out these movies left and right, and a lot of them were I would say like not quite mockbusters, but they were heavily influenced by what was already happening in Hollywood.
The idea was let's make it for the straight to video market, which of course by then was booming, and let's make it and give it a poster that makes it look like that film.
Yeah,
but it has a weenie budget. This is the Bronx Warriors trilogy.
Oh yeah, I remember these.
These are all directed by Enzo, and actually they've got the original covers, which is quite helpful. But the first one was Bronx Warriors. That was a big hit on video. That's not the original artwork though. Then they did Bronx Warriors 2, Escape from the Bronx, and then included in this set, but has no relation to the other two films in any way whatsoever, is The New Barbarians. Which
yeah, I love that movie. It's so wrong. It's so wrong, that movie. Yeah, but I love it.
It's such fun though, isn't it?
Yeah. And, the costumes are sick. I'm like, what are you guys on drugs? Probably.
Yeah, I mean,
probably.
The bad guys have all got kind of American football body armor on under kind of this stretchy white stuff, and
I love it. It's perfect.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful. And that movie, I do remember seeing that in the theater.
Look at those.
That is very much Mad Max Fury Road feels to it. Same vibes.
Oh yeah, that's what they were out to copy.
Did you say that you saw this in the cinema?
Yeah.
Oh my god! So it got a cinema release in the States then.
That might maybe when I saw it, did it? I don't know if I saw it in. Yes, I think so. I think so. Yes. In like a very really bad like small theater, like a little small theater. Yeah. Because they were also doing like Barbarella.
Oh, okay.
I saw that in the theater, and like a couple other like Asian ones from Hong Kong. A lot of those movies. So, hey, Zax.
Hi, Zax. Welcome to the channel. Do hit the subscribe if you haven't. I'm trying to get to 2,000 subs. Sorry.
Yeah. We saw a lot of older like movies from Hong Kong too. So they were just playing weird movies, and I watched them all.
Do you guys have like a movie theater in your town that is specifically dedicated to showing older releases? Do you have that?
I do have that in my area. But I like sometimes I'm interested, sometimes I'm not. But
no, sure. I mean, we have
a small theater around where I live.
What used to be a Canon cinemas, funnily enough, retro, and it was the first Canon cinema I ever went to.
Oh, really?
It was called the Canon Prince Charles. It's now just called the Prince Charles. This is their website, and they show. So look, Big Trouble in Little China.
Oh, nice.
Monday the 10th.
Wunderbar.
Yeah,
Smoking
I know,
causes
right?
coughing.
So then you've got sort of films that are not as old, like The Master. They show a lot of anime.
Cool.
So I mean, I went to see Heat.
Ooh, my husband made me. My husband just made me watch The Wicker Man because I am not a horror aficionado, and he made me watch Candyman and Wicker Man.
Yikes!
And I was like, listen,
that's a heck of a double bill right there.
Yeah. I told him. So I was like, listen, when I don't sleep for a week and I keep you up, it's your fault.
That's right.
100% your fault. Because like I can watch Jaws. Like I enjoy Jaws, and I think that is more because it's less. I don't know how to say it. Like it's still obviously a horror film, but that like fantastical element, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Isn't really there. The more psychological part, it's like, oh, you just don't get in the ocean and you don't have to deal with sharks, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Like that whole situation. But yeah,
I don't know if you guys have seen the host. See the poster for it there, but this is a Korean horror movie.
I have seen this.
It's one of the first ones that kind of kicked off that. It's well worth seeing. It's not the best film ever, but it's a good movie.
The Host and The Grudge were two also that we watched back to back. See, I say I'm not a horror aficionado, but my husband loves horror, so I attempt to watch them with him. But like a couple of them, like what was it? Jeepers Creepers. I left the room. I was like, nope, I'm done.
Yeah,
I cannot.
So that you can see they've got older films like The Piano, Space Jam. You've even got Boxcar Bertha here from 1972. This is another very underrated movie that I must do a stream about. If you guys haven't seen it, it's directed by Martin Scorsese. It's very odd. It's going to be totally up Retro's street because it's full of these really... it's like New York After Hours, but it's the underbelly of New York, and all the characters in it are really interesting. And Griffin Duen goes on a date. The date goes wrong from the beginning. His money flies out the taxi window. Then he doesn't have the money to pay the taxi guy.
I may have seen it at some point.
At one point he's being chased round the back streets by an ice cream truck and a whole load of an angry mob, if that rings any bells. And it's got a very strange ending. You've also got films like The Way of the Dragon. There's Asteroid City, which I haven't seen yet. I
want to see that. I'm curious about it. Asteroid City. I do love the
Andersons.
The visual.
Their films are always very interesting to look at, even if you don't necessarily buy into the story and the characters. And I have done sometimes, and others not so much. There's always something to see. There's something to take away, I think.
Is that Decision at Sundown? Sorry.
Yeah.
Like the 1957 Decision at Sundown?
Yeah.
My grandpa and I love watching that together. Like when I go up to visit him, I'm gonna go see my family here in a couple of days.
Now that's a Western, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say that I'm not sure that I've seen it.
It's really good. There's a wedding scene in it that it was cute because when I was a little girl, my grandpa still reminds me of it. I was like, I am gonna have a veil just like I still remember the veil because it was a flower crown and the veil was underneath it instead of on top, so you could actually see the flowers. So you could see the whole flower crown, and I was like, that's how I'm gonna do it. And so my grandpa, he still brings that up to this day. But
you guys must have seen The Iron Giant, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I didn't.
Oh, Retros. This is a sci-fi movie that will melt your heart.
I know, but for some reason I have been like, every time I see the poster, I'm like, oh, that looks interesting. And then I go away.
It is, here's how I can describe it. It is the most Superman. It's the most Superman movie that is not Superman. Like, and it did Superman better than Zack Snyder did Superman, in my humble opinion.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd much rather watch The Iron Giant again than Zack Snyder's Superman. Retro, you did War of the Worlds recently, didn't you, on your channel? Wasn't it?
I did a couple of years, 5 years ago, maybe.
It might be that I've only just watched your video of it, so I'm probably thinking you did it more recently.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Yeah, and I mean, I've never seen that on the big screen, and I'd like to go.
Yeah.
That's the last day of the.
I would buy a ticket.
So
that's pretty incredible. A lot of them, like Deer Hunters. Yeah, there's a lot of them here that are. Your theater must be full all the time. That little theater. This
is Cross of Iron, Sam Peckinpah's World War II movie on the big screen. Now that would be really interesting to see.
Color of Money.
I was working at the cinema when that was released. Broadcast News is one of my favorite films of all time. I absolutely love Albert Brooks in that movie. Always showing clips of that. You've got True Romance. They're actually doing a screening of Delta Force, probably Cannon's Cinema's biggest financial success. I think. And look, Princess Bride.
Yeah.
Easy Rider. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. So it's a good. I've got membership for life at the Prince Charles, and as you can see, it's a good cinema.
This is amazing. This is amazing. Awesome. It's got a little something for everybody.
Yeah, and they've done things like they've done all-night marathons. They did a double bill of Alien and Aliens, both director's cuts, which was really
nice.
There is an there's a drive-in theater about 53 miles away from me that shows older films. There it is, Jason the Argonauts.
Yeah.
We have a drive-in theater, but they have they're always full because they have a max capacity of 71 vehicles. So like they have exactly 71 parking spots because it's literally like you have to roll your window down and you have to put the speaker into the car and listen to it that way. And but they've got the hops, the waitresses and stuff that come up to your window.
Oh, nice.
And you can order like old-timey malts and stuff. So they're always packed. But they show stuff like they'll do like the triple feature of the Back to the Future films or stuff like that. So they make it goes like you buy one ticket, like it's $11 per car. So you pay for the vehicle, you don't pay per person, and it's $11.
That's cool.
And they just make money hand over fist, I'm sure, because I have never been there and it not be just packed to the gills. So,
lady, is this another favorite of yours, Ride Lonesome from 1959?
So I actually have a huge crush on Randolph Scott. And this is not one of my favorite Westerns, but he is one of my favorite actors. So I do watch this one frequently as well.
Cool.
He and Terrence Hill, I remember watching them on screen and just being like, I want a husband just like this, like someone who's strong and courageous and heroic and has honor and does all of the things. And because Randolph Scott is just such a good actor, and Terrence Hill is gorgeous, or was gorgeous when he was doing Westerns and stuff. And Terrence Hill filmed more Westerns than anyone else. Adventures in Babysitting. But
no, this lineup for the next few weeks, Serpico.
Serpico.
I haven't checked on. It's quite. They've even got Mad Max 2. I mean, to see that on the big screen would be amazing. And it's a 35
You're gonna be broke just going to movie. Like you.
I've got the price for me is not too bad. But I saw they've got the trilogy of the extended Lord of the Rings, so you can either watch it at 10 a.m. and be there all day, or you can watch it at 10 p.m. and be there all night.
Do it.
Black Dynamite. That's the kind of rip on the old films, isn't it? That came out in 2009. I believe it or not. I know you're both sci-fi fans. To some degree. I wasn't blown away by Interstellar like everybody else. What you guys think of that?
I wasn't interested enough to see it.
Well, that answers my question.
But I want to now. Some people have said that it's decent, so I at least want to know about it. So I watching it.
So I am understand me when I say this. I don't think that Christopher Nolan is overrated. He's obviously a very talented director. The movie is shot beautifully. It's a very aesthetically, not even necessarily pleasing, but it's an aesthetically pleasant film to watch.
Cool.
It's just the story didn't grab. So like the thing about like Nolan's Batman and is like the story grips you, and like the characters are intriguing, and it's really fascinating to watch. But when it came to Interstellar, I was not as, I would much rather oh gosh, what is it called? It's based on a book. It has Matt Damon, The Martian.
That was a good movie. I really like that film.
Yes, I would much rather watch The Martian because they came out really close to about the same time.
Yeah, they did.
But that's a Ridley Scott film, and it just, considering, since I've read the book, it's a very dense read, because the way that it's written in the book, like in the film, they do a great job of showing you how they're communicating from Mars and Earth. But like when you're reading that in a book, it's one of the few books that I had to reread to actually like truly grasp, because it was so, it's a really dense read. But to see it translated onto screen, I was like, this is a fantastic adaptation. And so I would much rather watch The Martian over Interstellar again, because whereas Interstellar, I mean, you had an ensemble cast in Interstellar, and I still wasn't as pulled in as I was with The Martian, which is basically, it's a solo film. It's essentially Matt Damon on his own, and then you have like snippets of like his crew and like the team back on Earth.
Yeah.
But it's basically just Matt Damon for a big chunk of that film, and you're so pulled in. But have you seen it, Retro, The Martian?
No.
You've not.
I think my thing is I like my science fiction to be fiction.
Yeah,
so like when it feels like
you're more a fan of space opera.
Or like even a good like the sci-fi idea thriller like Logan's Run, or like or like the Coma from the 70s, like something like that. For me, when we get into real possible stuff,
like the only reason it's science fiction right now is because we're just not quite there yet technologically.
But it does have a lot of realism in it, and so sometimes I'm into it and sometimes I'm not. And my plan is to eventually watch those movies like Gravity, Interstellar, Martian, all that. I did manage to watch like Contact, which is another one kind of like that.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was good.
I enjoyed Contact. So
Yeah,
I watched that again recently because, of course, I think they're going to be here soon, and that's what I keep hearing. So I was keen to see how that can be explored.
If I had to stack them up, Gravity was probably my least favorite. So between Gravity, Interstellar, and The Martian, Gravity was probably my least favorite.
Yeah, but let me ask you: did you see Gravity at the cinema or?
I did. Home? No, I saw it in IMAX. Beautiful.
Right, I was. I mean, that film grabs you by the balls and doesn't let you go until the end of the movie.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's a beautiful film. I did not care for Sandra Bullock at all in that one.
Well, we've got to disagree on that one, because I honestly thought it was her best performance of her career.
I still think that Miss Congeniality, the first one.
That's my favorite.
That's a girl vote, right?
Between that and Speed, and
and Speed.
I mean,
and what's the other one? Demolition Man.
Yep,
that's a film I need to rewatch. I haven't. I know I actually bought a DVD of it and it arrived. It was broken, so I need to.
Oh no!
Yeah, I sent it back. I got a refund.
Of Demolition Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it on Amazon, and it was busted.
Just as just before you watch it, just take a deep breath and remember a lot of the stuff has already happened that they were predicting, but just imagine as if you're back in the early 90s and you're watching this for the first time, and all the things that we don't have so much of now.
That's interesting.
You enjoy it.
I'm certainly looking forward to watching it again. Just out of interest, look, you see, we mentioned the Back to the Future trilogy. They've got that coming up in August.
Yes.
You've got Terminators 1 and 2 there. Comanche Station, another There's definitely a Randolph Scott season Lady G. They're trying to get you over to the UK, clearly.
Obviously.
I'll
show up at customs and they'll be like, business or pleasure, and I'll be like, Randolph Scott. Period.
That'll be pleasure then, madam. Before trilogy, so that's Before Sunrise, Before Midnight, Before Sunset, with Ethan Hawke and Julie Delphi. You've got Baby Driver there. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm assuming that's the fairly decent original one.
1990,
yeah. So Dazed and Confused, Bloodsport. Not sure I'd pay money to go and see that. Oh my God, Footloose at the cinema. Ooh,
nice.
Might have to go down for that.
The OG one too, not the sad remake.
No, God, no. No one wants to see that. And they do sing-alongs. They do sing-alongs with The Sound of Music. They do sing-along with Muppet. I went to the sing-along with Muppet Christmas Carol.
Nice.
And then I haven't done a sing-along Greatest Showman, but that sounds like a lot of fun.
Have you seen Last Night in Soho?
Yes, I have.
That was a weird one.
Yeah, it didn't engage. It looked really cool, and it was kind of a cool story, but I just didn't engage with any of the characters emotionally. And when that doesn't happen for me in a film, that's a big problem.
It felt like they were always just like half a beat off. Like it just didn't quite click for me, because I was the same way. Like when I saw the trailer, I was like, this looks really interesting, actually. Like I kind of want to check it out, but I was actually really bummed about it, because I felt like it just kind of it got so close, but then it would just like misstep, or you just like
look at this marathon on Friday the 13th of October.
Nope.
Friday the 13th mini-thon. So that's
parts 1 through 4. That's not that's a marathon. I don't care who you are. That is definitely
430 minutes. That's Is that 1 through 4? Is that so? That's I don't think I'd ever want to. I don't really want to see those.
I've seen.
Oh, Dead Poets Society, one of my favorite films of all time.
That's such a good.
You got to be fans of that, right? You guys, fans of Dead Poets?
No.
I have grown to appreciate. The first time I ever saw it, I was 15, and I did not appreciate it for what it was. That is for sure. And then I like watched it again, and I was like, oh, this actually makes a lot more sense and is way better than I remember.
I love when that happens.
Yes.
Yeah. I saw it at the cinema, and it had a very powerful effect on me. So
yes, it was one of those. So Dead Poet Society. Robin
Williams.
It's Robin Williams. He develops film in the
1 hour photo.
1 hour photo. Like
1 hour
these,
photo.
because like growing up being like a 90s kid and having Robin Williams as the genie, and and Flubber, and so like it was a lot like when I found Bob Saget stand up the first time, because he's the Full House dad, and then he's like swearing on stage, and then you've got Robin Williams, and it turns out Robin Williams is like uber based and swears, and I was like, oh my gosh, the genie is cussing. And same thing with George Carlin. He was the conductor from Thomas the Tank Engine. That's how I first knew him. Was the conductor. and
I always knew he was he had a foul mouth, but it was always great.
Conductor of Thomas the Tank Engine.
That's so funny.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so like when I realized that like these men were all all these men that I thought were really great actors, and I thought, oh my gosh, look how wholesome they are. They do such great work and they did. Like, I mean, obviously still it's very wholesome work. They did great jobs for the kids. But then you go watch their stand-up and you're like, whoa, like they are very much a different. They're very professional. They can definitely wear two hats.
Well, anybody who's tuning in, this is the Prince Charles Cinema that shows a lot of independent films. Oh, Matthew Holmes is here. That's film director Matthew Holmes from Australia. Dude, the connection for the stream is in your inbox on Facebook, man. I've sent it to you. and I want to say that now. I'm 90% certain it's there. Perhaps I'd better go and check. But Matthew is frequently my co-host on various other streams.
I'm glad he's hopping up because I am gonna. It's supper time here, so I have to go feed my minions.
All right. So. Do you want to say hi to him before you guys go?
Yes.
Let me see if I can. Because Retro, I'm sure you've got to go soon too.
I'm actually cool. I mean, if you want to get rid of me, that's.
I do not. I'm more than happy for you to stay.
Banished.
No. Look, if no. You're happy to stay on, please. So that's absolutely not the case.
Okay.
Let me just double check that I have.
I just so coincidentally have some time. So.
Well, you know what? I just
don't usually have that much.
I love doing stuff on your channel as well. Shit, he's right. I haven't sent him the link. Oh. God, well, actually, I did in an email, but it's probably been buried in his many emails. So he's got the link now. So
that reminds me, I want to subscribe to Lady's channel.
Yeah, that would be good. One of the things that Matt has done, guys, which I don't think he'll mind me telling you about, and we're actually doing scenes from it at the last Outcasts acting class, is he has written his own version of the Jason and the Argonauts story. And he's written a feature film script, which I've actually just read it today. And it's absolutely an amazing version. And it's much more kind of, he's taken the source material of the Iliad and the other things that were around at that time. And Matt has used those as the starting point. And I was picking out some scenes for dialogue today, and I was like, oh man, I've got to read the rest of this, So this is the script. I'm just flashing it quickly. Don't want to show too much, otherwise Matt will get upset with me. Here he is.
Good morning.
Hi, Matt.
Hello. Hello. Nice to meet you.
So
heard a lot about you.
Matt, you've met Retro before? No,
not met. Not.
Oh wow.
No. I've watched some of your content, but I've never met you. So nice to meet you.
Oh,
and you can't see Lady Gravesmaster, but if you picture a 7-foot-tall Marine with a gun in each hand, that's not too far off, I'm told.
Got it.
But she actually has to duck out now.
I've got littles that I have to feed, because apparently it is frowned upon when you don't feed your children 3 times a day. That is somewhat frowned upon. So,
Lady G, can I just say thanks again for coming on? I've got a new guest.
We had some great conversations here.
Yes. I'll be watching your channel.
I'm going to change my hat again. So every time I get a new guest, I change my hat. With Lady G, we're 4 subs away from 2,000. So if you could do me the honor of giving the channel a shout out on your Twitter or whatever.
Absolutely.
And maybe put the link for the stream and just say, hey guys, they're 4 away from 2,000. I'm determined to hit 2,000 on the stream. Been here for 3 hours and 20 minutes, which means Retro's been here from the beginning. Well, I mean, just like, you're such a great friend. I can't.
Oh, no problem.
If I had access to a flower service that was immediately in your area, I would send you something. Or a science fiction toy trinket delivery service would probably be better. But Lady, thanks so much for coming on as well. It's always a pleasure. And listen, anytime you want me for a stream on your channel, if I'm free, I'm there.
I know. I appreciate it. You're one of my favorite people. We always have such great conversations. So absolutely. Congrats on the anniversary, and early congrats, because I have no doubt that you're going to hit that 2K.
Thank you.
Definitely earned it. Retro, it was wonderful to meet you.
Oh, same here.
Matthew, it was enjoyable to be a passing ship in the night with you.
Yes.
Lady, check out the trailer for Matt's new film that he shot for Peanuts money in lockdown. It's called The Cost.
The Cost.
And there's a fabulous trailer for it on YouTube. In fact, Matt, why don't you just give me the link for that now, and I'll drop it in the chat while I'm mentioning it. Give it another plug.
Yeah, sure. Where do I send it to?
Just drop it in the private chat, and I'll copy and paste it and pop it in here.
No worries.
But I was actually the first person to read the early draft of the script, and I was the first person to see the rough cut of the movie. And Matt was kind of enough to let me do that, and even saw some of my feedback kind of like shaping it as it went along, which was a bit of an honor. So it's a brilliant film. I think it's kind of like a Coen Brothers Blood Simple kind of movie. So I don't know if that's your bag, but it's that kind of film.
Very, very tense. Very tense movie.
Very tense. Yeah. You'll need a back rub after you've.
No problem. I'm looking forward to it. I'll definitely go check it out. So thank you. And
Matt, did you get the link for that?
Yeah, it's in the link is in your Facebook chat.
Okay, my Facebook chat. So yeah, we might even show the trailer anyway while you're here. But lady, I'm gonna put the link for Matt's trailer in the chat now. So
okay.
if you do want to grab it and have a watch,
absolutely.
And I'm sure.
But go and feed your chillin'. Don't want to get in trouble.
No. Well, see, I'm less terrified of people. Like, I don't know if you've ever had 4 hungry children come up to you all at the same time to inform you that they're hungry.
Yeah.
But they'll let you know, I promise.
I bet.
Straight up.
I bet. I grew up with a lot of kids around, and I know what they're like.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, but
fantastic, lady.
Have a good one.
Speak to you soon.
Good night.
See you soon. Bye.
She's a great lass who I've never seen.
Never seen.
Even like off live, I've never seen her, so I still don't know. What's
the mystery?
Yeah, that mystery will keep you going for ages.
Yeah. So we are still at 19. I sort of did a bit of the history of the Outcasts, and we were just getting started with that, me and Retro, when Jason Flemyng very inconsiderately turned up, and had to bring him in. And then no sooner was he on than the Critical Drinker arrived.
Hey, I'm sorry I missed the drinker.
Yeah. So we had a whole heap of people come in fairly.
Have you had any other Aussies, or am I the first Aussie?
No, so I'm hoping we'll get Gary Boulter on, who will be very entertaining for Retro.
It's quite early here. It's coming on 8:00 a.m. So I've only just gotten up.
Wow.
So I'm a little cobwebby, a little tired. So I may not be all firing on all cylinders yet. I got my cuppa though, nice big cuppa.
Got your coffee. That's the main thing.
So yeah. So only 2 or 3 subs away, eh?
4 subs away from 2,000. So
Brogo wants to subscribe twice, but no, unfortunately we can't. Oh, good evening, David
Brogo,
Macy.
you're so sweet.
Yeah, no, we've had a lot of the regulars have come in today, so that's been really nice to see. I made all these little banners and things up, and I like this, the history of the Outcasts Creative Acting Drop-In Workshop 2019 to 2023, and I completely forgot to put it up. I had one for Graham as well, who we did talk about at the beginning of the stream, who his passing was really the whole reason that the Outcasts Creative started. Tragically so, but in a way, something kind of, I guess, positive came out of that. And then I also had in case I ran out of things to talk about, I had a little weekly roundup because I've finally just seen Guardians of the Galaxy 3, which I had not seen.
Oh, yeah.
And the Wham documentary, and I was kind of in the middle.
Saw Wham last night.
It was good.
It was good. I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it because I knew so little of Wham. Like I only knew them at such a surface level, so it was actually really good to see all that behind this. I mean, I didn't get to watch all of it. I watched about 2/3 of it, but I've got this edit that that's why I'm up early, because I've got this edit to do, and I could only watch a little bit while I was eating dinner. But great doco. It was
surreal watching it because I got to hang out with George Michael, just me and him, for like 10 hours.
Wow.
And there's a big story behind that, which I won't get into now. But and I've often thought about writing a play about it and calling it My Night with George, which probably would give the wrong connotation. But and I mean, it was just like massive conversations, deep conversations about. There was a little bit about the industry, but we quickly moved away from that to sort of friendship and relationships. And I just lost my mother, and we were talking about our parents, and actually it was because I just lost my mother was the reason he invited me over. So and I used to live just down the road from him, over the bridge where the poorer people lived, and he's in Highgate Village, which was right round the corner from the theatre that we just did the play at. And the funny thing was, I went to have a look at his house because I thought I'd never been back there since, or since he passed away, because I thought I'd feel too sad if I went up there when all the flowers were there and everything. And I went up there, and the entire house at the front is completely encased with metal and tarpaulins. You can't see it at all. And I guess whoever's bought it or selling it, they're probably redeveloping it and doing things, you know, to it. And they're probably going to change it so that it doesn't look like the house that he once owned, probably because they're sick of visitors dropping by. I don't know. But the funny thing was that there was a German radio crew outside the house who'd come to see it. And obviously it was a bit disappointing. And I got talking to them, and I said, "Oh, well, I knew him." And I was describing to them what the inside of the house was like. There was a massive, big white grand piano just to the left as you came in on the ground floor. It looked like the sort of thing Elton John would own, you know. And and he had this massive basement with what would have been the old scullery kitchen in one of those houses back in the day, that was just kind of all open plan and converted, and there was a bathroom down there, and I remember that bathroom wall to wall was covered in photos in little frames with people that he'd met.
Nice.
He did like to smoke his puff though. But
liked his puff. Yeah, I remember him smoking a joint in that Ricky Gervais episode he was in. I thought that was kind of
right. Yeah, I mean,
funny.
He was a lovely and as vulnerable human being as you would expect. But he was the version of him I got to see that day was not the version that you see on videos and documentaries. You kind of get glimpses of that person, but he was just, you know, he was just like the guy. He wasn't the star, if you know what I mean. So that was
nice.
That's what made that sort of day really special for me. I remember the last words I said to him when I left was, "Well, whatever you're going through, don't forget that you've got a mate who lives just around the corner that you can call any time now to talk to about anything."
Cool.
That was the last thing I said to him.
Cool.
So David Macy said seemed like a really down to earth, absolutely,
really
kind human being, and he gave a lot of money to a charity that I worked for, which was kind of our initial point of contact. So
no, he did seem like a really nice, genuine dude. So, but it was great to learn more about him. It was just I think we know so much about certain pop stars because they're so publicized or whatever, but you know, the Wham story was always a bit of a mystery. So it was great to learn.
Well, we got 10 people watching. I'm presuming they're probably people that are already subscribed to the channel. If you could give us a shout out on your social media, advertise the stream.
I have done so. I've shared it on my social media to hopefully get those last few subs.
I want to stay on until I've got to 2,000. So, but I don't want to be here until 4 o'clock in the morning.
What time is it there now?
Nor does Retro, I'm sure. The time now, it's not too bad because I was expecting to be on until 2. So the time now is 11. So,
okay, not so bad.
So it's not too bad. And it's not like we suddenly ran out of things to talk about. If anything, we were trying to fit all the topics in. Retro, have you seen Indy 5 yet?
No.
Yeah,
I'm not going to bother.
I'm not going to bother either.
It doesn't look good, and
No,
I didn't like the. Yeah, I didn't like the trailer, the poster, or any of that stuff. So.
I can confirm it's not good.
I even listened to the score, not all of it, but I listened to a portion of the score, and it sounded limp.
It's a nothing score.
It's a limp score.
Yeah,
I mean,
really
come
limp.
on.
Really limp. It's very like
the Raiders March is being, da, 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 da. I swear it's being played much slower than normal,
and it's got no other distinctive moment of music that listen. I've seen the film, and I was listening for the soundtrack. I was listening for that. This is the eerie score. This is the bad guy theme. Like we had in the previous film. You didn't get none of that. It was a little bit of underscore. It was like
it's probably just John Williams going, "Oh, I've got another wretched contractual obligation for a lot of money that I'm just going to pump this shit out." Yes, I get so many people on Facebook that's going, "Oh, I really liked it. I really liked it," and I'm like, why did you like it? Like, why? Sometimes I feel like people just like this stuff because they want to like it.
I think a lot of my friends have said that they liked it are the ones that are working in the industry and have relatively high acting profiles or aspirations.
Yeah, well, I've got high aspirations, and I think it's shit.
Yeah, I haven't heard. I haven't heard of anybody who said that they liked it from the circles that I know of. A lot of people said it's an okay movie.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what you want from an Indiana Jones film. You don't want an okay movie.
Yeah.
You want at least good or amazing.
Yeah,
I agree with David Macy. Hollywood is killing our heroes one by one, just butchering them, and I'm just not up. I'm not up with it. This whole nostalgia baiting. I mean, it's a movie that should never have been made. It has no reason to exist. Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Plastic Skull has no right to exist either.
Don't get me started on
like,
that, man.
The series ended with them riding into the sunset.
Yeah,
the triumphant.
I agree with you.
That's it. And there's a beauty in the scarcity of Indiana Jones. That's what makes it beautiful. Is there was 3 and you don't get any more. Love them. That's it.
Yeah.
And trilogies are great. Don't like the Matrix trilogy. I know it's people don't like all of them, but even the Matrix trilogy, as imperfect as it is, it's still better as 3. But then they have to go and tag on this 4th film. I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of this going back
and the sad part is that the studio made that decision. And not the actual artist, and so it was like, okay, they're gonna make it anyway, and they even put that in the movie, which was really
hilarious. That was a sort of, I did see that clip. That was like a jokey scene, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, I think
it just reeks of laziness. It reeks of studios who don't want to invest any time or trust any artist who can bring something new to the table. It's just, what have we got that we can rinse and recycle, and it's the worst way. I mean, I know film is business, but what about the art? We're losing the art.
Wow.
So
keep the art, keep the inspiration.
Reach.
So Matt, you're traveling up to the wedding that you're going to. I think the wedding's on Saturday, the 22nd of July. Is that correct?
23rd. And so I'm traveling. I think I'm traveling on I might be leaving on the night of the 20th. Something like that. On the night
of the 20th, really? Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, the 21st. Night of the 21st, maybe, or the morning of the 22nd. I can't remember.
All right. Yeah.
I think I'm there for one. I think I have to be there for one night before the wedding. So I can't remember.
You're probably traveling.
My better half has got it all worked out. I just do as I'm told.
I've been looking at the older movies that are on when you're here at the older movie cinema.
Oh yeah.
And one of the ones that's on the big screen, it's the same night as our Rocketeer stream, but we could always push that further.
Oh yeah, we can always do that later.
Well, we can do it when we come back, which increases the chance of Retro being able to drop in, which is always a good thing. But Cross of Iron, Sam Peckinpah.
Oh yeah. Well, I've never seen that film, so to see it on the big screen would be cool.
Yeah, yes, I'm tempted. I'm tempted to get tickets for that, so I may look at that. The Deer Hunter is also on, but that's on the same night as the Outcasts acting class that you're. And I've just picked out the scenes from your scripts at the Outcasts.
Oh, nice, cool. And you like Jason and the Argonauts? I saw your message.
Damn, yeah, I bet Retro would love to see that version.
Oh yeah, that was great.
She's a big fan. Hey, tell Retro your Ray Harryhausen story, dude.
I'm a huge fan of Ray Harryhausen. I mean, he's one of the filmmakers that made me want to be a film. I want to be a filmmaker because of what he did.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, I got to meet Ray Harryhausen in 1999 or 2000, maybe even 2001. I can't recall exactly, but I used to work at an animation company in Adelaide, South Australia. And we did stop motion animation. I was a stop motion animator for many years, for about 15 years, because I love Ray's work. And he dropped into the
studio. Got another subscriber, so I got to change me out again. 3 to go until 2000. Sorry, Matt, do continue. Sorry.
So Ray Harryhausen turned up one day to visit our studio. So I got to meet him and spend a good couple of hours with him. Of course, with my bosses and other co-workers, we would, peppering him with questions, and we're taking him around our studio. And then we said, why don't you come into the studio and we'll show you us doing animation? And my boss said, Matt, go and jump on the set and start animating the character and show Ray what we do. So I got to spend 10, 15 minutes animating a little character walking up some stairs as Ray Harryhausen sat there and watched me animate. So for someone who's became a stop motion animator and a filmmaker because of his love for Ray Harryhausen, here he was watching me work, and that was amazing. It was such an honor. So
that sounds so cool.
I was very, very fortunate to meet him before he passed over.
Yeah, you and Inside Man have both met him, which I was very jealous of.
It's good. He's such a gentle, nice guy, and really tall. Like he was quite imposing physically. He had big hands, and you sort of wondered how he could do such delicate animation. He had such big hands, and he was so tall. But lovely guy. Had heaps of stories.
But by the time he saw you doing your animation, the way you were doing is probably a lot different than the way he was doing. Did he make any comment or?
I mean, it was exactly the same way.
Oh, really?
He was doing it. The only thing that we were showing him is we had a video split system where you could see the frame before on the television monitor right there. You could see the frame before and the frame that you were working on.
Okay.
And it would switch between the two. So you could see where the character was going, and it would just move like this the whole time as you were animating. And as you made changes, you could see where the character was progressing to the next frame. And that's, very helpful for an animator and very normal now for a stop motion animator. But Ray never had anything like that back in the day. He had to use surface gauges and things like that. And he had to use his, his eye and so on.
Memory.
And guess. So what he did comment is like, wow, we never had anything. We never had this kind of control back in
that's
back
cool.
in his day.
Yeah, because I remember he was talking about for Jason and the Argonauts, he was animating the Hydra heads.
The Hydras, yep.
And he got a phone call and forgot where he was, his spot in animating. He had to try to retrack where he was.
Yeah,
that's
really
right.
Cool. Yeah, it is hard to keep track of that many heads all going back and forth. It's a nightmare. I've tried doing that in animation, and it is a really tricky. I usually I work from a chart, and I usually map all those things out on the chart because you will forget as an animator. You cannot keep track of all that, so you really have to stick to your charts. So,
do you still animate?
No, I haven't animated since 2011. I sort of moved into live action filmmaking, and I was still available for stop motion, like just as contract work, but most of the stop motion animation companies in Australia are all dried up, and the work all went to computer, and no one was really doing it anymore. So I think I could still do it if I got back into it. It's all sort of hardwired into the brain, but I was actually hoping that if I got to make my Jason the Argonaut script, I would actually do the Talos creature as a stop motion version, as a stop motion creature in the movie, and utilize all of the modern techniques to make the stop motion look, good enough for a modern audience to accept.
So, guys, news: we have reached 2,000
subs.
There we go, man.
My hat again.
Speaking of hat, I got a new hat for you when I come over, mate. I've got a hat for you.
Is it a cost hat?
I don't have any cost hats, but it is a hat you asked for, and I'm happy to deliver it. So
it's the one from the shark movie that we cannot name.
Yeah, that's right. So I got it, but if you want it, it's up to you, man.
No, mate, it's still listen. So Matt did a movie that nearly broke him. In fact, it's a regular feature of our friendship that we will call each other in tears and lament whatever's going wrong on our movie. I don't want to speak too much on your behalf, Matt, but there was a lot that went wrong, both in terms of the weather and in terms of personnel. And
it went bad.
Nearly made him quit the industry. But again, I was one of the first people to read the script. I think was a really good vintage set shark movie, set in the 20s. The basic premise being these robbers have robbed this bank. They've got away with this gold bullion, but there's a torrential rainstorm. In their attempt to flee the sort of state, they kind of go along a road along the side of a river. Fortunately, it's all become muddy and everything. The van that they've robbed goes off the road, goes into the river, and it sinks down. It's got all the bullion in the back, and trapped within that section of the river is a very hungry bull shark. And because it's the 20s, the only way that these guys can get to the gold is to get these get this sort of pseudo father-daughter team who've got the old diving gear, the stuff you see in the Tintin comics, where they have to do that to make the air go through the pipes, if you know the kind of stuff I mean.
And the old hard hat diving gear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they have to send all the divers down to the bottom of the river to try to retrieve this. They hire them out to try to get the gold back. And of course they're
Keith is raising the bar and saying, "I've got to hit."
Man,
well,
we'll see.
Bar.
You'll be here till 5 a.m, Lance.
I'm definitely going to stay on until midnight. I am sneakily munching away at some crisps because I've got a bit peckish, but I did eat. I made sure I had all my meals before. But that's the premise of the movie, and it's a really good film premise. But
it's a really good script. As to the film, well, we don't know yet. So
I like the idea of having it set in the 20s. That's a challenge in its own self. As you can think, we're just gonna, if you think about it in today's time, there's probably several answers that are really easy. But when you think about the 1920s, it's going to be a lot more challenging. So I do love that.
Oh, easily. Yeah, the setting thrillers and horrors in the modern age actually is quite a difficult thing because it's a small world now, and we've got mobile phones and there's a lot of people around, and we've got emergency services, and it's just hard to make things dangerous. So anyway, look, I've got to run, mate, because I have to start my edit. I'm actually editing the making of the cost. I shot all my interviews a day or so ago, and I've got 48 hours to get as much of it done as I can.
Wow.
And then I got to finish it off when I get back from my UK trip. So
Matt, no worries.
The pressure's on. I'll be editing for the next 14 hours straight. So I better get on with it.
The the next time I'm gonna see you is gonna be at my house.
That's right. I will be sitting there. I'll be sitting there in your office.
When we do the Rocketeer Phantom stream, Phantom Shadow, and I need to rewatch certainly 2 of those movies.
Have you got them? Do you need me to bring them with me?
No, I've got Rocketeer on DVD. I'm pretty sure I have the Shadow. I don't have the Phantom, but I saw it at the cinema. You could get that scene with the truck. So no, I'm pretty sure, or I'll be able to borrow them off Retro Nerd Girl.
No, you can't.
But no, yeah, I'll prep for it. Don't worry.
No worries.
We've got a pretty jam-packed few days. I've got lots planned for you, man.
I'm anticipating it. I'm ready for it. I'll be caffeinated, and we'll go hard the whole week, and then you can crash it, and I'll.
No, we're good.
Be good.
Can you send me? I'm going to do my sort of vegetarian, because Matt's a vegetarian orientated food shop around Thursday. And I know you're pretty good on the old cooking as well. So do you want to send me a list of stuff to get, and then I've got a packed fridge full of stuff that's going to work for you. I
got to run, guys. I got to move a vehicle out of the driveway so my partner can get to work.
I'll send you a message. I'll send you a message about that.
Nice to meet you.
Do, mate. Nice to meet you too, and good luck, Lance.
I'll speak to you soon, mate.
Okay.
See you soon here. Man, that's probably like him and Jason are probably the 2 people in the business that I'm closest to. Apart from Dickon, who's the co-founder of the Outcasts, who I'm surprised is not here tonight. But I think I know why. It's because Sunday is the day he has his kids. And when you're away from your kids for most of the week and you only get them for 1 or 2 days, as a single parent, that I know. I mean, I'm not a single parent, but I kind of experienced something similar, and
you can imagine, right?
Yeah, you can imagine.
You can imagine.
Probably pretty difficult. Well, I'm gonna keep going until my midnight. That's about another half hour. Am I imposing on you? You good for the moment?
I'm totally good. I
Listen, I always much rather have a co-host than have me sitting here talking.
I mean, I usually am busy, but today is one of those days where I was like, you know what? This is very important. The Outcast Creative, it's his 1st year anniversary. You're doing so good. You got 2,000 subscribers. After my 1st year, I had about 99 subscribers after a year for me. So you're growing way faster than I did. So
should we kind of to head into the final thing then? Should we talk a little bit about the history again? Because that kind of, we got into it and then we didn't really get very far. And does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
You know who inspired me to go that route? Because I watched somebody else's anniversary stream, and that was kind of what they did. And I thought that's a good idea for an anniversary stream.
I wonder what you mean.
Yeah, I don't know. This really good friend of mine. You should definitely meet her. She's very cool. So, so I kind of covered that it started with these acting workshops that Dickon and I ran, and I covered that then led to us formulating it as an official thing. We were meeting once a week. We decided that year to do the Graham Fletcher Cook Award, and we did our first actual on-stage production. I've got another guest who's arrived, so just to let you know, I'm aware you're there. I'm just going to bring you in a very appropriate moment shortly, actually. So one of the things that we did, I think I've got it here. Yes, I do. There we go. The first production that we did under the Outcast banner, this is before lockdown, was Borderlands. And this was a stage play that I deliberately wrote so that it could also be performed in New York. And it was a 3-hander, but we had 2 different casts, and Dickon directed one cast, I directed the other, and then we kind of brought them together, and we got to work with all the actors. and it's about two people interrogating a woman who's come back from the Middle East, and there's a child off stage, and the child may or may not be her daughter, according to something that's come up in the paperwork. So as the play is explored, it's an interrogation scene. It's a one-act play. It's roughly about 60-65 minutes in length, no interval. 10 minutes before the ending of the play, because the characters are constantly breaking the fourth wall and talking to the audience and telling the audience what they're thinking, and they're trying to influence them, right? Basically, the two officers turn to the audience and say, well, we've either got to detain her further or we've got to release her. We're going to need your help. And then the audience in the theatre voted. And then there were two different endings depending on which way the vote went. And the audience either ended up, I don't know if I want to tell the twist, but there's a big twist that comes right after the vote's been made, where another piece of information is given. And suddenly you hear everybody in the audience go, oh no, because they usually miss that piece of information because it's also in the play earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a piece of information about a toy that the child's playing with, and everybody always misses it. But yeah, so that was the first production we did, and then we started going into the pandemic. But fortunately, as we went into the pandemic, Gary Boulter arrived to save us from Outcasts Australia.
Hi.
Hello.
Gary, how are you, sir?
I'm very well. Retro Nerd Girl, it's lovely to meet you. Hello
nice
there.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, it's well here in Australia, mate. It's thank you for having me on, and congratulations on 12 months of chaos and unorganized mayhem. And you're still here to tell the tale.
I don't know how. And we've just hit 2,000 subscribers, mate, as well.
Oh, shit.
So, yeah, we're just talking about the, the history of the Outcast. Of course, we went into lockdown and started doing script reads.
That's where I first met you.
That is. But you came, I think, in the second lockdown. You weren't with us in the first lockdown. And when the script reads really took off was when I was doing the Diamonds in the Sky science fiction TV series, which of course is based on my book of the same name, which is
I Detect a Plug coming.
Shameless plug, there it is. The second book is also out. I'm working on the third one now. Retro's told me she's very keen to read it, so I'm pushing myself. So but it was always designed to be a TV series, and I just thought, well, why don't I have a crack at writing the pilot? So I wrote the pilot in a few days, and then that's like a 1 hour, so 60 page, 55 to 60 pages in length. And within 7 weeks, I'd because the Outcasts loved it so much, they were like, we want the next one, we want the next one. And I was like, yeah, it's coming next week, don't worry. And we were doing one a week, and I wrote all 10 episodes in 7 weeks. So
that's really amazing.
These were, thank you very much. These were some of the actors who came on. Ellen Bosing is actually an American film director and producer friend of mine who was on this one. There's Kenny, of course, who was in False Accounts later on. That was one of the early. That was one of the early episodes. And then what I started doing was I started adding like music and sound effects and this kind of stuff, so that not only were they getting to sort of, they were following, and most of them played the same character again and again. So they felt like they were finding out about the adventures of their character as they went along. And soon kind of word got out that this was, a lot of fun. And we started adding more and more people. So, which was just as well, because the episodes were they were set, multiple storylines set all over the world. So there was quite a lot of characters to cast. So by the time we were on episode 3, the numbers were kind of like this. So we were increasing the numbers all the time. And then by the time we got on to sort of, episode 8, again, the numbers were you know, we had more people that wanted to do these things. So of course, everybody was in lockdown, and you know, then we could get on. So and a lot of the same. There were a lot of regulars. There was a core of regulars, but every so often a couple of new people would come on. And it was so great for me because I got to hear all the characters come to life. I got to hear all the scenes, and then what I did was I rewrote the scripts. And that was like the first year of lockdown, and that was the year I wrote 30 scripts. What was the first one you did, Gary, with us?
Because I was going to say, I did read one of those, didn't I?
I think you might have done one episode of Diamonds in the Sky towards the end, maybe.
It's set in Australia or something.
Oh, yeah.
Because you wrote, I think you remember you saying you wrote the part for Rhys Nicholson, so I attempted to do my appalling New Zealand accent. And
Rhys Darby.
Sorry, yes, Rhys Darby, yes.
Yeah, right. Do you Retro? Do you know who the actor Rhys Darby is?
No.
So there's a very funny comedy duo called Flight of the Conchords, and they actually ended up having their own.
Flight of the Conchord. What? Say the name of the person again.
Well, I'm going to show you him right now. So
I think I know who this is.
Well, Rhys Darby first shot to fame in Flight of the Conchords.
Yes, I know who that is. Yes.
He never stops working now, and he's got his own show called Our Flag Means Death. He works with Taika Waititi quite a lot, but he started life as a stand-up comic. But
yes, I've seen his work.
Yeah, there's an Australian storyline in the second book, and I basically wrote a storyline with two characters in it, and one of them was Peter Dinklage and the other one was Rhys Darby, and it was written specifically for them to play those two roles. And yeah, so that was a lot of fun. Peter Dinklage is like a guy from SETI, but who's a lot more powerful than a guy from SETI. That's kind of his cover story, because the books are all about aliens first coming to Earth. Then we did a whole lot. Then we went from doing scripts in private to me saying, "Hey guys, we're still in lockdown," because by then I think the second lockdown was happening, and I said, "I think we could do some sort of performance. Can we not?" And we sort of explored that. And it was around that time I heard that Channel 4 were making their own version of a script that I had been trying to sell for years that no one would make, about this guy who was persecuted wrongly for a crime he didn't commit. And so we then took that to the next level. We rehearsed it offline, and some of the people that were on earlier today were actually in it. It was called Persecution, and this is that one. Yeah, and this is like the opening credits of Persecution. So it's got like this. These are all the actors that were in it, and so it's got like opening credits, and it's all performed on Zoom. Everybody's in a costume, and so we did this whole kind of like big build up for it. And this is when the acting base of the Outcasts really expanded, because we did a really good job with these. I mean, it was very limited because we were in lockdown. We weren't in the same room. We couldn't rehearse in the same room, but it was putting a performance together that was kind of like it was in a studio. And yeah, this had a huge cast as well. There were about 50 actors in this thing, and so it goes like this. And so we did the scenes. So whoever was in the scene was on camera. And so these are all the police that are investigating this. This is actually part 5, so this isn't the first part. And you know, the scenes would vary depending on how many actors were in them. Sometimes people would have locations, backgrounds behind them, but everybody was in costume as well. So and then also, what I got the hang of was kind of running it like a TV studio, so I could cut to the actor that was speaking and then back to group shots again. So it was almost like running a film set, but online. Again, it was very limited, but we really took it to the Ninth Degree, and we did this whole show.
Wow.
And it was 5 episodes. Each episode was an hour. And it was an incredible experience. And it also, I think, mentally for everybody involved, it was a real boost, you know, because everybody was so depressed. And of course, there was no work for actors at all. And then the second one of those we did was much bigger in terms of ambition. And this was
Kent
13,
State, wasn't it?
yeah, 13 Seconds in Kent State. And that was, again, it was 5 parts. Each part was, I think, was an hour. We also interviewed people that were there. So we did a whole load of interviews for it. Again, it had a big opening title sequence. It had its own score. So I don't think, Retro, you've ever seen any of this stuff, but this is all on the channel in kind of like the early videos. And this was what the channel was about before, you know, lockdown was lifted and it really had to become something else. So this was the opening kind of credits. It was a bit sort of similar to the stuff we showed with the post office thing, and it sets up the whole thing. And then we went into the show itself, and by this time I'd really mastered the art of how to use Zoom for performance. So everything on this production is so much slicker. We've got matching backgrounds for everybody for all the scenes. So, you know, if 2 people are talking in a restaurant, you know, you feel like you're in that location. And then sometimes I would cut to a 2 shot so you could see them both. And then other times I would go back to the person who was speaking. And so it was like controlling different camera angles. And again, you would have other scenes that would have more people in, but see everybody's in the same set with the same background costume again. And again, I'd cut to different people that were speaking. It really got sophisticated. And then we were doing things like cutting to shots of footage on the day of what had happened. If they were going to the real location, we got shots of the real location for the actors to be behind. And each episode was narrated by one of the kids who was killed that day. And it goes into, it's really the story of the court case. So by the end of the first episode, they're about to go to court. And then episodes 2, 3, 4, and 5 are really the court case. It's a mini series. And then that's Jennifer Preston, who's a fantastic actress. And the end result of this was that I then published the mini series. I published the script, so that's all out on Amazon as well. And there's been lots of attempts to make a new film about Kent State. There's an old one that's really dated. But my film wasn't about the events. It was about the civil rights trial that took place several years later. And that story's never been told at all. So so that was the second production on the channel. And then we did a couple of small ones after that weren't quite so ambitious. But we did the warm-up, which was a comedy about a load of actors meeting on Zoom to do a warm-up for a Zoom show. And we took the piss out of, we all played each other. So somebody in that video played me, for example. I played one of the other actors in the Outcasts. So that was a lot of fun. We also did a Shakespeare. We did Henry's War. So we did Henry V, but we reset it in World War II. And Mel, who was on earlier, played Winston Churchill.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was great fun. And I had a little acting part in that. Somebody else directed that one. So I think we did about 6 productions online altogether. We did 2 versions of the warm-up as well. And I think we did 3 performances of Henry V, and then we kept one of them. And that really took the channel from 2020, which it was before then, it was just my YouTube channel with just a few things on it and some playlists and stuff, to that took us through to the end of 2021. And then I think it was in the we were going into 2022 when by that time I'd subscribed to a lot of other channels like yourself, Retro, and I was looking around and I was thinking, well, I can do movie reviews because I've seen a lot of movies, but I'm trying to think of something I can do that's different. And that was when I came up with the idea of interviewing people in the industry. So I thought, well, I might as well start with a good one, and that was Jason Flemyng. And by that time, me and the Drinker were in touch, and then I said, well, would you come on and co-host it with me? Because I've got a great face for radio and you're a dashingly good-looking Scotsman. So he agreed, and Mauler came as well. We still couldn't convince Mauler to come on camera, but he came as well, and did that with Dickon and Suzette, who Suzette was running an Outcast acting class in a different city at the time. Yeah, and then it sort of went from there, really. And we might do a couple of other online things down the road. It's just whether, because I'd still really like to do the Gina Carano one, because I've got half a finished script, which Gary was also going to be in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I did the intro for that. That's right.
You did do the intro for that, which we haven't used yet, but it's there.
Shocking.
I know. So that's kind of, I guess that's the history of the channel, really.
Any guests coming up?
Yeah, so we have a fantastic guest coming on who I've just confirmed today. In fact, I confirmed 2 guests today, one of whom I think Retro will probably find, well, actually, you'll probably find them both interesting, but one of them, it delves more in the world of science fiction, but the other one has been in quite a lot of science fiction films. So the next big guest I've got coming on is Hollywood's hardest working stunt woman. I mean, of many, I'm sure, but she's certainly one of the hardest working stunt women. And that is Debbie Evans. So she will be coming on in late July. We haven't set the date yet. It'll probably be a Wednesday. She's a motorcycle champion. But if we have a quick look at her IMDb credits, of which, by the way, guys, there are 400.
Oh my word!
As a stunt person, yeah.
When you think of any action movie, probably.
And well, I mean, yeah. If you look at the movies that there are, oh god, IMDb is so confusing now. Thank you. There we go. So, I mean, her career spans from doing shows like Chips, California Highway Patrol, which, by the way, Retro, that'd be a fun stream to do. But, Dukes of Hazzard, all that kind of thing. She's also been in, Ice Pirates, Retro.
Oh, my God, I remember that one.
Oh, Retro just did a watch party of that.
Yeah, I did a watch party.
I was watching that. That's such a fun. Well, she's got some stories about Ice Pirates that she's going to tell when she comes on. She's got a couple of stories of the mini series as well.
I love that.
I actually had to do a 2-hour prep interview with her offline to prep the interview because she said, well, go through the list and I'll tell you which ones I've got something to say about. So I was like, it's a long list. I don't want to keep you on the phone. Don't worry about it. So we were on a call for a good 100 minutes going through this list. And, Streets of Fire, obviously a big favorite of mine. And then,
cracking film.
You've got things like Cobra, The Three Amigos, which I have to say is not a good film on rewatch. The Witches of Eastwick, RoboCop, Prince of Darkness, No Man's Land.
That's like almost every movie.
There's a lot of movies. Critters 2, The Twins with Arnie, Exterminator, Alien Nation, Back to the Future 3. She doubled Elizabeth Shue in the second one. Terminator 2. She's doubled Linda Hamilton 4 times in her career. And we're only just in the 90s and she's still working now. So there you go. Demolition Man, doubling for Sandra Bullock. Last Action Hero, The Puppet Masters. That's a very good film, Retro, if you've not seen it. Sci-fi based on a book by Robert Heinlein.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. Did you like it? I quite liked it. I thought it was quite good.
It was okay.
Conversation for another time. Okay. Last Man Standing, Showgirls, which of course is one of Gary's favorite films of all time. Barbed Wire, another one of Gary's favorite films.
I love that one.
Independence
That's
Day. You know, Deep Impact, Lethal Weapon 4. I mean, this list like never ends.
Yeah, no, it's like it's every movie because you just like imagine how many movies you've seen with motorcycle stunts. And they have like specific people doing specific things in the stunt business, so it's kind of like they probably called her for everything.
If it's a girl on a bike, she is normally the first person to get.
Yeah, and it looks like she said yes to everything, which is great.
Well, she did
It's
something.
huge.
Yeah, that's
a big list.
I mean, we're still going. We're only in 2012, and we're still
That's
going.
amazing.
By the way, she's done all of the Fast and Furious movies except for 2, I think.
Wow.
Really? Wow.
And you know, and she said one of the fun things about doing them is they're always on second unit, so they're not usually on when all the big name egos are around. So she said they're usually really pleasant shoots because they don't mix with that unit that's got the first unit. But yeah, I mean, she was even in the Grey Man and the latest Batman. So, and the latest.
Wow.
So, I mean, what an amazing guest. Now, the other guest who's coming on, very different guest indeed, but no less interesting, who literally just agreed with me to come on today, which is very nice. Doctor Who. So, and of course, we were talking about these movies earlier in the stream. So Jason Flemyng's father directed the 2 Doctor Who and the Dalek movies.
The Peter Cushing one?
Yeah.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, we were talking about them earlier, and they were both directed by Flemyng's dad. And there's a really great book out written by this lovely guy who you can tell is just a total film nerd called John Walsh. Now, John Walsh also wrote the special book about Sinbad, the great one. Not Sinbad, Jason and the Argonauts. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic.
He's done specialist books on Doctor Who and the Daleks, the Wicker Man, Conan the Barbarian, Flash Gordon, Escape from New York, and a couple of books
of my favorites.
Yeah,
I love the Argonauts film.
Retro, exactly. I mean, yeah, Retro, if you're free, you're very welcome to come and co-host on either of these. I haven't got dates for these yet, but my industry interviews are normally Wednesday nights, 9 o'clock UK time. So that's East Coast is 4 p.m. But I work around my guests. So if they say the best day for me to do it is on the weekend, like David McGiffert, then we do it on the weekend. So I might try and get them on the weekend, which I know for you, Retro, is a bit better. So they may be on a Sunday.
Sometimes. We'll see.
Yeah, depending on whether you've got 15 streams lined up of your own. And
yeah.
But John Walsh, I think, will be a really interesting guest.
Wow, what a so these are books he's written about the movies.
That's correct. Yeah, he's he's an established sort of movie biographer author, a bit like Wayne Byrne, who I had.
Oh my God, I could have some juicy conversations with it. There's a couple ones already that I've already reviewed, like Conan and Flash Gordon. I'd love to get his perspective.
Yeah, and he's probably got some great stories because he's interviewed all the key players.
Incredible.
He did a presentation recently of Jason and the Argonauts. Literally, just I think it was a couple of weeks ago. I just missed it.
Where was that? Can we find it on YouTube?
It was in London, but I found a still. I don't want to necessarily put up his Facebook page, but there was a still of it. Of him presenting it on let me see if I can get the photograph. Hang on a second. Don't want to accidentally call him. That would probably not go down well at this time on a Sunday. So it was the 60th anniversary screening. Let me see if I can find this online somewhere else, because I don't really want to put his Facebook 60th anniversary screening of Jason and the Argonauts. He's another one who is a massive Ray Harryhausen fan, and he's another guy he's another one who's also met Ray Harryhausen and has pictures of him with Ray Harryhausen. And
wow,
yeah, and
cool.
I was
have they ever remade that?
Yeah, they did in the year 2000, but it was a TV made for TV movie. It wasn't bad. It wasn't the same.
Didn't have the style of the old one.
Yeah.
I found the page. So it was last month when they had. Oh, talking of a Ray Harryhausen fan, the Inside Man is here. Who's met Ray Harryhausen?
Oh wow!
Boo. Hello.
Yeah. Hello, Inside Man.
How are you?
Good.
Retro,
How you doing?
You haven't met the Inside Man before, but he's called the Inside Man because he's actively working in the industry and is on many a set.
Okay.
So hence he's a bit of an anonymous.
Okay.
But this is the special screening that they did
cool.
for Jason and the Argonauts recently. Looks like there's a load of concept stuff here.
Wow.
Oh, what's this? I don't want any adverts, thank you.
That looks great.
Looks like that's the original Talos model, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And there's the original Hydra.
Ah.
I'd love to. There was a company that sold a toy of those, and we used to call them bendies as kids because they had these bits of wire that ran through them and it enabled you to bend the different heads of the Hydra into different positions. But they were a bit cheaply made, and after a little bit, you'd always have bits of wire poking out of the side of things, and so they didn't age very well. But I had the Hydra one. It was a great thing, and I've been trying to find it on eBay ever since.
Yeah, I want one too if you find one.
Yeah, I mean, if I do, I'll get it. There was a toy company that did a really good version of the Skeleton Warriors and also Jason and his men. They were very expensive, but they were very nice. And there's the original American poster. Inside Man, how have you been? We've been on for 4 hours, 20 minutes, and Retro's been with me for
wasn't
all
there
of that time.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah,
Oh,
and she's
bless
got
you.
the nicest. She's got the nicest hair.
You guys are so sweet.
Yeah, I've been all right. Yeah, been very warm.
It is a warm night, isn't it?
Fantastic.
I've got the window open.
Oh,
which
by the
I
way,
mustn't forget
it is a warm night, and I actually did watch one of Rachel No Girl's videos a couple of nights ago, the Fifth Element one, which I really enjoyed actually.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Inside Man, have
Yeah,
you
it was really
subscribed
good.
to
Really,
her?
yeah, it's quite a deep dive.
Yeah, I try to do a little homework, and I get I get really nerdy about it, especially since I love it so much.
Inside Man, me and Retro are doing a deep dive on Canon Films. Who I used to work for. Yeah, and I know you've got a lot of stories about them. So
yep.
But look, it's that's on her channel, so I can't invite you onto that. But linger in the chat.
I'll be watching. I'll be watching.
Yeah, if you you can pass on the the link when I give it to you for sure.
That's very kind. Thank you. Thank
yeah.
you
I
so
think that
much.
the first one of those
I'd enjoy that. I'd enjoy that very much.
The first one of those is late at night on the 14th, right? Of July?
Let me see. I'll have to look at my schedule, what I have going on.
Figure out, or Copa told me to sub, so hello. Thank you so much for subscribing, Adiga. On the channel, you will find 32 interviews of people that work in the industry. We've yet to interview the famous Gary Boulter, but he is here with us now. So enjoy him while you have him.
Hi.
Actor Jason Flemyng popped in earlier. Not as famous as Gary, of course, but we take who we can get. And Critical Drinker was on earlier. There's also a lot of reviews and other stuff to be found. I think I need a little video to cut to instead of me saying all that, Gary. If you could come up with something, that'd be awesome. Oh, mate, I've got a movie quiz on Saturday that Matt's attending. If I write you out a little script thing, can you do me a little video like you did for the Christmas one?
Did I? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
I'll write you something out so it's really easy to do. Remember when you did the Zoe Dixon MBE?
I remember now.
Yeah, and Zoe's going to be there as well, so we'll throw in a couple of those. Keith has said, look, Retro, listen to the Inside Man. You're going to learn something good.
Oh, great.
Keith has been on a few of our...
Okay, so I'm just going to go over the canon dates for you guys.
Yeah, let me get my diary.
Okay.
So I can put that in. Hang on a second. Is it in here?
What kind of canon films are you going to cover?
Well,
Everything. Chuck Norris's back catalogue.
Oh, yeah. That's a must.
Yeah, I went through all the films already, and they're like over 500.
Really? As long as you cover Death Wish 3, please.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely got to cover. I mean, look, it's Retro's thing, but in my opinion, we definitely have to cover Invasion USA and Delta Force, which are two of the best worst films they ever made, and I mean it in the nicest way, because the rewatch value on both of those movies is just fantastic.
There was Superman under the canon, the last Superman.
They did the worst Superman film
4,
ever made.
Yeah.
Quest for Peace.
Yes.
Quest for Peace in brackets. If you're with Superman, within 1,000 meters of Superman, you can breathe on the moon. Close brackets.
Believe it or not, I that's one of my guilty pleasures. That movie.
I mean, it's actually a fun script. It's just let down by really poor budget.
It's sad, but any chance to see Superman, Christopher Reeves is one of my mottos. But okay, so let me give you the rundown. The first event, which I think Lance, you're not going to be able to make, right? On the 14th.
No, I'm going to be there. Don't worry.
Wait, what?
Yeah, go for it. What's the time?
Okay, that is the 14th of July.
Okay, so I'm just going to. You're in Oklahoma or somewhere. Where are you again?
I'm actually hovering over North Dakota right now.
Okay, time in North Dakota.
Yes.
Now is.
So
at the minute it is 17:53 there. So what time, your time, are you going to do the stream?
I'll be doing the stream at 3 p.m. my time.
So 3 p.m. my time.
Yeah. Let me give you the link to that first show. Okay.
I think you sent it to me already, but pop it in my Twitter box.
Oh, I don't think I did.
Oh, okay. Send me that.
Because I literally made it like.
So 3 p.m. your time would be 2 hours earlier from now, which would mean it would be 5 to 11, 5 to 10. Okay, so roughly, probably around 10 p.m. my time, be available from 9:45. So Matt is
sounds really complicated. Like
no, it's fine.
Like algebra.
That's the night that Matt's arriving. But
okay.
What will happen is Matt will just jump on the stream with me, and if he's too knackered, I mean, he'll be sitting next to me, literally physically, and if he's too knackered to do that, he won't want to hang out anyway. He'll probably want to crash for a bit in his room, so because he's had a long journey and all that. So, but they are bagging a night in a hotel before they come to me, him and his wife. So I think he'll probably be good, and you met him now, so trust me, he's going to be up for it because he loves talking films. So
in the private chat, I've put in the link for that actual show for the public, so it'll show you whatever time it is wherever you are in the world.
Okay, so that
it automatically.
Oh, so it's 4 days from now at 2100. So it's actually 9 p.m.
Okay, yeah, just go. Yeah, if you go to the link, it'll give you an accurate time.
Yeah, no, I've got it. 9 p.m.
Okay.
Cool. So look, I should be able to be there for it.
I didn't know that. Okay, so
we'll play it by ear.
Okay, yeah. So the first event is on the 14th of July.
Okay. When's the second one?
The second one is going to be on the 21st.
Same time?
Absolutely.
And that's definitely going to be the Chuck Norris section. So I'm definitely on that.
Okay, and then the 28th of the month. On that, these are all happening on Fridays. So 3 dates for that, and yeah. So I'm gonna basically, start off with sort of the formation of Canon Films. It's actually pretty detailed. I want to go through it real nice and detailed with the audience, and just kind of like we're gonna just look at all of the titles, and people are gonna throw out probably their favorites for the first show, and we'll briefly talk about it. But the second one, we'll get into detail as to like specific movies that we all love or remember. And for me, it's like the cyborg movies. I just love them.
Well, we need to talk. We need to talk about their attempt to make Spider-Man and their Captain America film.
Captain America, yeah.
Yes.
Was that my friend Albert Poon was under contract with them.
Yeah, we need
I know all the stories from him. He directed Cyborg.
Yeah, we need a complete and total like dedication of your time on talking about your experience with him. So that might be full 2 hours right there.
Is it true they sold films simply based on posters?
Yes, they did. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah, the posters were really good.
That was it. Nothing behind it, just the poster. Oh, there you go.
I remember every year I used to get the Cannes Film Festival edition of Screen International, and the whole thing was absolutely, it was chock-a-block full of these incredible posters that Canon had gathered together, along with Empire Pictures as well. I think Empire Films.
Empire. Empire Pictures. Hey, what am I wearing right now? So Full Moon Pictures is what's left of Empire Pictures. Empire Pictures made Coolies, Robojocks, all those films that went those kind of low budget sci-fi indies straight to video. Yeah, 1980
straight to tape over, as I prefer to call them.
straight
to tape over.
Takeaway. And Brogo just coming in with an important fact. Chuck Norris doesn't do push-ups; he pushes the earth down. I think your Canon stream may well be full of quite a lot of those.
I love it. Yes, I can't wait. I can't wait. Save all the good puns, guys.
I'm gonna have all my what Blu-rays I've got of Canon. I'm gonna have up here. I will have my Canon soundtracks ready. I just bought the Blu-ray of Firewalker, which actually I think is a vastly underappreciated movie. It could have been if they just pumped in a bit more budget, it could have been a really good film. But they never quite committed on that one. All the money went on Invasion USA and Delta Force.
That movie.
Invasion USA is just you can't.
What a trip!
Can't stop it. I think what could even be fun for the stream is Gary and I could pick a couple of scenes from some Chuck Norris moments and we could parody them or read them out.
Oh my god, yeah.
Reenact them.
Yeah.
Reenact.
We talked about doing that on streams before. That could be pretty funny.
Consider it done.
There you go. So, okay. Well, we're coming up. Oh, I'm going to probably start to wrap it up pretty soon, I think, because I think I've had everybody on. I didn't get Lorena or our didn't come on. That's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, they're busy ladies.
Yeah, they are. They are. I did see RM popped into the chat.
Yes.
At one point, and I've been on her channel quite a few times, and I've met them both in person, which is also I know, because I was in Florida, so I said to Lorena, I'm going to Gatorland, based on your recommendation. Do you want to meet afterwards? So she met up with me and my friends and took us to a really great place to eat, which wasn't too expensive.
I think I saw that stream. You guys she streamed it, right?
No, I did a review of Gatorland, which is on the channel, and there's pictures of us.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we've lost Inside Man. He's dropped out. Brogo's already saying his goodbye, mate. I'm heading up to it. We're not like but yeah, so
Brogo.
I've learned a lot about kind of other YouTubers, I suppose, is one of the other things I should say about the other type of channels and things that we've got. And even if I've come across a channel and the content's not necessarily for me, I can still see the vast amount of work that goes into these things, or shows that people put on, like Friday Night Tights, for example, was a hugely produced show with very cool graphics and this kind of stuff. Gary's camera going a bit strange there. It just came up as not available. And then I didn't really start following people on YouTube until the first person I followed on YouTube was probably Drinker, I think. And that was when I started looking at the content of other people, because until then, all the film reviews I'd seen was just people shouting at the camera.
Mm-hmm.
There was somebody called Crazy Matthew or Little Matthew. Does that ring bells? I can't remember. Anyway, but I just like, why has this guy got to shout at me? Can you not about the movie? So, but then I started. You know how YouTube recommends you things, and I can't remember if that was how I came across your channel, Retro, or Lorena's and RM's and so on. But some of them I actually did find on my own. And my favorite YouTubers are definitely these five people. So Will, Critical Drinker, Retro Nerd Girl, Lorena Creole, Positive Fandom, and Drunk 3PO. And I have paid for super chats on nearly all of those channels, and if I haven't done one for you yet, I will.
Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah.
I think it's just I'm so financially destitute at the moment that super chats are a bit of a luxury for me right now. But I do like to do them.
You're quickly on your way. Look, just trust me. Having 2,000 so early on, it's just great. And the thing is that you're providing a value to the audience, and there are a lot of people out there who want something more than just a few words about a movie. They want in-depth talk about a movie. They want to feel connected to the movies that they love. They want to know everything about production. They want to know everything about the cast. They want to know everything about the crew. And some people even want to recreate those same things with by making their own movies. So I think it's very important that we have this open discussion about movies and love for movies, because there was a time, and there still is a lot of people out there who do, and believe me, those channels are entertaining. They make fun of a lot of these movies. They just clown on them and then say why does this movie exist? And I'm kind of shocked, because that movie exists for me and for many people who love movies that aren't perfect, but they are able to give you some sort of joy, or even the older movies that where they were actually creating a lot of those special effects that we now enjoy today. So I think that's something that I feel like your channel opening up the lines of, like, if you want to say the lines of communication, but even broadening our perspective on filmmaking is so valuable. So yes, it is going to grow. So your channel is going to grow so fast.
I feel quite overwhelmed by that very kind monologue analogy there. Really, really kind. Yeah, I mean, you're online right now with. It's funny. I was on the stream earlier. It was all ladies. Now we've changed shifts. But you're online now with 3 guys who've been in the trenches on the front line of filmmaking and theatre production. And in Matt's case earlier, and animation.
Miss Matt. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he came on just before you. He's editing behind the scenes for the cost, so he was in and out pretty quick. But next time you see him on here, he'll be sitting next to me. So we'll be
always flying over.
We'll be fighting for the comfy chair. Yeah, I mean, it's. I mean, I've been in the industry a long time, and I feel that I've got more value in telling people about my failures than my limited successes. That's actually in my biography at the back of my book, or at least it was until I realised I'd spelt it the wrong way round, and then had to correct it recently. So there's a lot of books out there where it doesn't say that, but that's what I meant. So because if you've got 2 people giving a talk who've been at the industry, and one of them is a young filmmaker who made a short, and somehow that short took off, and then the next thing that somehow they found that they were in a position to make that short again, but as a feature film, but it's going to cost them 20 million. Their budget's suddenly 20 million pounds, and that's one talk in cinema number 1 in whatever film festival. And then in cinema number 2, there is the second film. Filmmaker. We'll use a fictional name. We'll call him Gary. And he's on his 5th movie. The other 4 never got released. And it took him 10 years to get the financing together for the 5th film. Which is just about to be released. I know which one of those talks I would go and watch, and it wouldn't be the first one. Because I'm not going to learn much from somebody who's just had a lucky streak, because 90% of what happens in the industry is luck. That's true. Right place, right time, right person, right company, right agent, right script with the right agent, etc., etc. But the people who've got there by sheer brutal, stubborn force of determination, they're the people that have really climbed mountains to get their films made. And one of the reasons that Matt and I get on so well and we feel so close, he's practically like family to me, as are you, Gary, of course. Don't want to leave you out.
I think so too.
Absolutely. But it's because we're both very similar like that. We've both had very similar career trajectories, and how we met was I backed one of his crowdfunding campaigns back in 2011 for a short that became a feature film. And I could tell as soon as I watched his presentation on the short, I said, this guy's had exactly the same experience in the industry as me. I can tell. And next thing you knew, we were talking on Facebook, and well, he's never been able to get rid of me since. So yeah. So I think those perspectives are really unique perspectives, and there's also a lot of people in the industry that they won't share these journeys, they won't talk about these things, and a lot of people don't like talking about their failures either, because they think it makes them look weak, they think it makes them sound unsuccessful, they don't want, they want to project a constant.
I think
positive
that's a real pity.
Yeah,
I think
I agree.
It's such a pity, because there's so much value in the mistakes that people have made. I mean, you look at the Lost in La Mancha documentary, which is an incredible documentary about the failure of it's an amazing film. Another one is Lost Soul, the Richard Stanley Island of Dr. Moreau project. It's again
Oh
a
my God, that was
fantastic
brilliant too.
documentary. Yeah,
Yes.
amazing documentary. But also, I mean, there are obviously, we have other films like Heaven's Gate, the documentary Final Cut. It's another really good documentary on a failed project, if you like. Although the film has been since reevaluated, and I actually rather like it. But there's enormous amount of value in failure, in the observation of others failing. And I just think that, for a new generation coming through, observing all of those and actually taking notice of those, rather than thinking, the world's my oyster, I can go out there and I can, I'm going to be successful. Observe the failures of others. I mean, know the shoulders of the giants upon which you're standing, because they've all failed. They've all failed miserably, every last one of them. They've all had real bombs, and they've all, most of them have struggled. And everyone hears about this story about.
Sorry, mate, go on. I was going to say, just look at Steven Spielberg with 1941. That was his.
Oh yeah.
He did Jaws, and then it was like, after Jaws, they said, we'll give you whatever budget you want, whatever you want. Too far, too quick. And he did this. I mean, I like the movie personally. I actually think it's a lot of fun. I quite like the film. But
it's Close Encounters. That's after Close Encounters.
He
said,
like
"Here's
it.
all the money."
Was it his third? Okay, it was his third. I thought it was the second one. It's his third movie. But anyway, yeah, they gave him carte blanche because the other two made so much money, and third time wasn't a charm, and it bombed at the box office, and it took him a while to get the budget together for Indy. Didn't happen overnight. There was a lot of negotiation going on there, and Indy's budget was not massive. I think it was under $20 million, if I remember.
18
right.
was, it was 18 million, I think. I think it was $18 million. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, even people like him have had those knockbacks. And, I mean,
yeah, I mean, nobody goes out to make a failure, intentionally make a failure.
No, indeed not. Well, okay, so guys, it's been 4 hours, 42 minutes and 49 seconds, and I've got to say a big thank you to everybody that came on. I'm not sure I can remember everyone, but we had Jason Flemyng, we had the Critical Drinker, various members of the Outcasts Creative popped in, Johnny Hansler, Theresa Cole, Melissa Stanton. There was other YouTubers. We had Copa Catania came on. I had we had not RRTNZ. He was in the chat, but we had Tim from Tim TV, etc. And then I think I might have missed a couple of people out.
Lady Graves.
Oh, Lady Gravesmaster, of course. Yes, because she was on camera, so I'm not picturing those.
Melissa. We mentioned Melissa.
Yeah, I said Melissa. I said Melissa Stanton. Yeah.
Just wanted to say a quick shout out to Keith E, who's been pretty much here the whole time. So, awesome.
Yeah,
Keith
is brilliant. I think he's one of your moderators, Retro. Is that right?
Yes, he's wonderful.
And when I'm streaming, it's like I hear the door open and suddenly he's in the chat. It's,
yeah.
And
awesome.
David Macy, always on when I'm streaming as well. It's my favorite channel. Great people, great company, great info. I will keep pushing it to my friends.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that, David. And David, do check out Retro's channel as well, mate, because you'll love it in terms of content. You really will.
It's fantastic, fantastic channel.
Oh, you guys are so sweet. Thank
so
you.
There you go, Retro. You've got some subs as well.
Oh man.
what you're like on six? What are you subs on now? You're pretty up there, I think.
I try not to look at the subs because I know that you're supposed to, but I try to not look at it because it is you could get a little obsessed about it sometimes if it's not.
Well, I think I'm only going to get obsessed to it when I'm getting near a round number, and then it's going to be like, right, okay, I need to get retro on for an 8-hour stream again. See if we can hit that. Yeah, I mean, you're over 6K, so well over 6K. So I mean, you're doing pretty good there.
Thank you. Yeah.
I hope to get to 5 by the end of the year if I can.
That's pretty. Look, if you get to 5, that's amazing. That's amazing. I think 2,000 is amazing, and 5. I think shoot for the stars. Shoot for 10.
I'm putting most of my hours into the channel because the Outcast acting class, we've only got 2 left, and then that's done.
That's right. You're going full time.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm because I know this isn't going to make me any money anytime soon. But the main thing is that I'm publishing all my scripts, including all the Diamonds in the Sky scripts and all the various other unpublished works that I've got. I've also just had permission from Craig Fairbrass to do a novelization of the pilot that we wrote, the one that went all the way up to Amazon about the corrupt cop and didn't get greenlit. It's a brilliant story. So I said to him, look, would you mind if I banged out a novelization for it? And he said, go for it. So I'm going to do a book about that show, which is going to tie into the script that we wrote, which is good because then I'll have creative carte blanche on the story, so it won't be edited or anything. I think I'll have another 4 books published before the end of 2023.
Wow.
That's
incredible.
That's going some, yeah.
I've just dropped 1988. The Paratrooper pilot episodes are ready to go. I just finished formatting that yesterday. I'm just waiting for somebody called maybe Gary to do a forward for me.
Is that the time?
If in doubt, always ask someone called Gary. It's a bit of an inside joke that. And then I think I don't know if I can do the 3rd Diamonds in the Sky book. Everybody's moaning at me because it's late, but I might need to be a little bit further away from the events of last year for me to write that one. I've got to have a very clear head. But definitely there'll be 2 or 3, I think 3 books at least out before Christmas. So quite a bit. What's that? Is that a cat?
Oh yeah, he wants some attention. Aww. I feel like you should say, Mr. Bond.
I've been expecting it.
I've been expecting you.
Let me show you around my evil base and explain my diabolical plan in great detail so that you may follow my intention.
Just want some attention, that's all.
All right. Well, look, it just remains for me to say thank you to my current co-hosts, Inside Man, Gary Boulter from Outcasts Australia, and last but by no means least, Retro Node Girl, who's been on the whole stream with me. I just don't know how to thank you properly for that. I feel like
well, I'm also, partly returning a little bit of the favor for last time when you were on my stream for my 7-year anniversary.
I was on it for a good couple of hours, I think.
Yeah, you were. You did a fantastic job, and so not only that, I just do support the channel and think that you have a great channel here on your hands. So
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. David Macy has just subbed to Retro Node Girl.
Thank you so much, David. That is so sweet.
On that
I
note,
hope you enjoy the content.
I don't have any cool titles to end the show with, but Gary is working on those for me, and hopefully they'll be available for the 2-year anniversary stream. But everyone, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget what I always try and remember to say at the end of my shows. If you have a friend that you haven't spoken to for a while, sod all this texting and emailing and WhatsApp bollocks. Just pick up the phone and give them a ring, or leave them an actual voicemail if they don't pick up. But give them a call and check on them and see how they are, because you know what? People appreciate that. They really do. I will be back on Tuesday with Inside Man doing Running Scared and Midnight Run. So don't forget about that, Inside Man. Gary, of course, you're welcome to join us. That is at 11:30 p.m. UK time. And then I will be back the following Tuesday with Matthew Holmes actually in the studio here with me When I say studio, I mean my office. But he'll be sitting next to me, and we'll be doing our Rocketeer, Phantom, and the Shadow stream. I'm going to prod Retro Nerd Girl, try and get her to come on. We might even come on a bit late.
Who?
The Rocketeer. So we might come on a bit later than normal, maybe, to see if we can get Retro on that, because I think that you'd have a lot to say about those films. It would be great fun. So thanks everybody for watching. Thanks to all my new subscribers, the people that subbed.
Yeah, you're gonna love the channel, guys.
Go and check out the content. There are 32 industry interviews. We have got more on the way. You can see the shows that we put together in lockdown. They're pretty entertaining. They're pretty amusing. They are very cheaply done, but the scripts are amazing, and I know that because I know the writer very well, and the standard of the acting is very good. So lots of stuff for you guys to check out. Please subscribe to Retro Nerd Girl if you haven't already. Have a poke around Gary Boulter's website if you haven't already. And well, the Inside Man, we just don't know anything about him, so we can't. We'll see you all again real soon. And guys, we are off the air.
Bye-bye.
Thank